And the microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, Dr. Quackers. Oh, hang on. That's Dr. Fox 2000. Thank you, Piggy. I'm sorry, I have to laugh and cough. Oh, that was bad. Okay, Dr. Quackers is a new nickname that Piggy has come up with because it's still raining here. And I mentioned that it feels like being a duck. What? I hear you, Dr. Duck. Dr. Quackers. Wow. Anyway, let's not forget the 2023 behind there. Just make it perfect. Anyway, welcome everyone. I'm your host, Dr. Fox 2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it is raining cats and dogs, and it's a perfect duck weather if you're a duck. And let's see, what is it? It's June the 18th of 2023. And of course, Dr. Hugs. There you go. Thanks, Sophie. Piggy is speaking a duck again. I don't know if that's right. I think you need proper phonetics there, Piggy. Lots of fun to start the show with. Anyway, first person in today, again, Hermione and Fluffy. I'm running out of mice. Oh, Piggy, we still love you no matter what. I'm trying to behave. I know you are, but you know, I know that you can't behave for very long. Anyway, and that is all good. So Hermione got her cookies, and I want to say welcome to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, and of course Piggy, and who's trying to behave, and then C&D Boy, and possibly Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Joseph Fields, Texas, Lucas Snow, or Mona Lisa Smiles. Did you like my flyby earlier in the chopper? I don't recall seeing the chopper, but I've seen a streak of bacon going by, so pretty cool. We did have that other chopper picture, but still in the chopper, Henry. Oh boy. Yeah, Piggy doing a flyby with a chopper, and I'll show you that photo real quick. Let's see if we can load that up. Oh, hang on, I better save it first on this computer. Where is that? Hang on, I thought I had it here somewhere. Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. There we go. Okay, I found it, so we'll save it real quick. And I'll put it on the desktop. And we'll load it up here just for giggles. What I was released today, gone crazy. Yeah, just don't hurt yourself, Piggy. That's the important part, I think. Anyway, while we're loading up that picture, of course you see our wonderful Helima crater doing its wonderful thing and continuing its output, which is really cool. Okay, why is this photo not showing up? I hate when things don't show up. I just saved it to the desktop. Where the heck did it go? I hate that. Anyway, Helima crater continuing to do its thing. We will actually look at a rockfall that happened at about 7:01 a.m. and some other stuff from about 6:34. And I'm trying to resave that picture again. Why did it not save it? Oh, I see. It put it somewhere else. Okay, that makes sense. Now I know why I can't find it. And there we go. We'll find it in the right folder yet. Anyway, yeah, the rock falls was pretty cool to see. Of course, the material that you're seeing there is kind of just loosely bound. And of course, here's the chopper picture. That's apparently Piggy behind the wheel, or whatever they call it, the yoke. Oh, I know, that's a bad yoke. Let's just not go there. Yeah, she's flying that crop duster. The joystick, yeah. Well, we call it the yoke. It's, it's a little funny. Anyway, it's a yoke. Yep, it is too. Anyway, Piggy is flying pretty low. I'd say about, 6 or 7 feet above the deck there. So doing her crop dusting. Apparently she likes flying. I didn't realize pigs fly, but that's all good. Let's leave that be, and let's go look at our rock falls and things that we wanted to see. Actually, while we're kind of catching up, we'll just kind of mention no real big earthquakes around. We did have a few in different places, but nothing that was over the 5.5 or so mark. So, yeah, a rock fall at 6:34. We'll have a look at that. And 7:01. I wrote it down, and thanks, Kevin, for dropping that note in the other stream for me for that. Always pretty cool. I'm not sure if you guys had a look at the wonderful secret volcano. I'll just let you look at that for a second. And I'll kind of snicker here because I know this is going to be a tough one. There's the secret volcano. You guys figure that one out for today. And I chose, no, Sophie, no guessing yet. But the hint is, no, it's not Mayon. So there we go. Let's get over to our time. Of course, we want to move on a little bit to 6:30 something. Let's see where we're at here with this. No, 4, need to go a couple more hours. 6:34 is what we're looking for, so let's back that up a little bit. There's 6:32, and we can actually watch it. And while we're looking at this, just wanted to mention you see that crack that developed in the side here. So this is all very loosely packed material, and it can easily break out. That's one of the things, when you see these bigger blobs of lava coming down, and some of those are, possibly a foot or 30 centimeters in diameter, if not more. It's a little bit deceiving. This is over 200 feet tall up here, so from the floor area. And when we're looking at it from a camera, there's the rockfall, and you see it going down the left-hand side there. Actually, let's watch that again. We're going to back that up a little bit and let you watch. And just keep an eye over here, and there it goes. So a little bit of an avalanche, and that is pretty cool. And like that, that's the rockfall part. And of course, it leaves its little, well, we call it a little phoenix cloud, if you will, but the little dust trail as it went down and broke up. So pretty awesome to see that. And the other spot, of course, was at about 7:01 when we seen more material moving off out of the front. Let's see if we can get that there. A little bit more. Whoop, a 7:02. No, we want to go to a 7:01. Let's leave it there and let it go forward. And it was kind of neat to see that as well. And pay attention to this area in the front here. So you'll see some of that break off. And as I mentioned, it's very, very loose material. and it just, blobs of lava, effusive material just sitting there. It cools off, rests in place, and then something comes along that has enough force, and it will, of course, move it. So gravity, of course, being a big helper. And hey, Tom is here. Welcome, Tom. I'm glad to have you on board. And happy Father's Day to everyone. There's that front rockfall. You've seen it drop down there a little bit. Part of it anyway, and I think there's a little bit more coming shortly. That was just the start. I think they had zoomed in when we seen that. I don't recall. But it looked kind of neat to watch it, and I figured we'd share that real quick. And we should be getting pretty close to it. There they go, zooming in. And again, just watch that area down in here. You can see that whole area is starting to slump. And you'll see it kind of drop in. And there it goes. And fairly large chunks of lava. And that is something that, looking at a piece that is 200 feet tall, so that thing might have been 30 or 40 feet, 10 meters in height. So that's a fair size, a chunk of lava that just slid down. And I thought it was nice just to have a look. Anyway, we'll get at saying hello to everyone in here, and we'll start out by saying hi to Kevin Haynes and Henry Nelson, Mona Alfano, and John Raper, and Tom Dice, and Oh Mummy of Hamsters, Kevin Haynes, of course. Sophie is here, John Raper, I think I got you there. Tanto is on board. Bonjour, Tanto. And Mona Alfano we got there. Sophie is here. Okay, Henry going up, seeing who else we missed. Grandma B is on board. Sharon Stewart also here. And let's see, going up a little more. Sharon, Adele 51, welcome. Grandma B we got. Okay, still scrolling upward here now, looking for other wonderful names. And of course, I'll probably miss some. The King Colin is here. King Colin Deadman. Anyway, he's here. The King, the mighty one, and all good. We got Sharon Stewart already. Got the King. Okay, scrolling upward, looking for others. And let's see, Tanto, Adele 51 we got. Okay. Who are we missing? Still scrolling up. Lots of names in here. Sherry Hewitt is here. Welcome, Sherry. And who else we got? Brian for Perfectability 999. Welcome. And still scrolling upward, looking for other names that I have likely missed, like Sophie, right? Welcome, Sophie. Still going up, looking, and Dave, LOL Gemma, the Super Kitty, in multiple different accounts is here, or was. I don't know if he left. I think he did. Kevin Haynes we got. Okay, going up. Dan is on board. Welcome, Dan. And let's see, we'll find others in here yet. Maybe. Still scrolling upward. And Echo the Bot is here. Okay, if I did not call your name out, don't be offended. I try to get everyone and say hi to y'all, but sometimes I miss a few names. But that's okay. You can just speak up and say, hey, I'm here. Which is mighty fine, and we'll say hello to you. I know there's some people in the Lurkers Lounge that never peek out, so you're welcome to do that as well. We certainly don't mind, so all good that way. Anyway, some awesome shots there from our wonderful Helma Umu crater. Hey, Gura is here as well. Welcome, Gura. Let's have a quick peek at the other still cams. I'm just refreshing them, and of course we're not seeing too much in this one. The lava pond over here in the southeast is still doing its thing. We're still seeing some smoke from where that other eruption took place on the 7th, but it's been quiet since. Some smoke here near that central vent, very interesting. And we see this lava flow, of course. This is that fresher material that has been pouring out, and including pouring into the West Lava pond, which soon will be filled up, in the tow area as well. Wow, Sharon Stewart, thank you for that wonderful gifting, and that is very kind of you. Sharon Stewart, just writing that down, and gifted 10. Wow, and congratulations to Layla and Alex France and Nancy Buchanan and James Ouellette and Michael or Michelle. Ilsifer got one too, and Mary Jane got one, and Serpenplexing, and let's see, Do Free also got one, and Rainworms. I haven't seen Rainworms for a while. And congratulations to all those good people that received the wonderful 1 month membership free there. And thank you very kindly, Sharon Stewart, for being generous and getting a 10-pack. That is awesome, and really does help support the channel. Thank you very kindly, and hopefully we'll see a few more. That's quite a few names, though, all of a sudden. And yeah, nice to see some of them getting nailed with it. Like Layla, very not that talkative in the channel, but she is here pretty much every show, so pretty awesome. It's great being green. Yep, as long as you're not in the fridge and under some cover there that is growing fuzzy things. Anyway, did I say Happy Father's Day to all of you? I hope I did. It's just another one of those days for me, unfortunately. 14 years so far waiting for a phone call or an email or a message, and still none from neither one of them. So sometimes you gotta kind of wonder. Anyway, let's leave this one alone. We'll go to the next shot here, and that is the B1 cam that they had moved up onto the top of the caldera. Not seeing a heck of a lot of action from there, unfortunately. We'll leave that guy be. This was the old thermal from yesterday, and we're going to renew that, see what's going on. Now, in this one, before I do that, we do see that lava flow that was going into the lava pond in the west there. We did see that it cooled off around that toe area, and we've seen this fresh outcropping here. So let's refresh it, and we'll see what it looks like now. And there we go, and there's our lava pond, and you can see how the lava is infiltrating these other areas and getting higher and thicker. And wow, Piggy, you did that in the other spot already too. Thank you kindly, Piggy, and appreciate that. I'm just writing that down, so thank you very, very much. Appreciate the Happy Father's Day to all dads and fur dads. That's awesome. And all cool. And welcome, Scott. Good to see you. Mary Jane also in the channel. Welcome, Mary. Who else popped in? Anyone else? We got Mona Alfano earlier. Okay, cool. I think we're good with most people. Anyway, we do see this lava pond. Why is my mouse, that should be showing up there. Is my mouse not turned on for that? Yep, it is. Okay, I'm just not seeing it. There we go. We can see those lobes as it's progressing, and we'll likely see more lava if it continues at the same flow rate. We'll see more lava flowing into the lava pond and literally burying it if it keeps up at the rate it's going. So it'll be interesting. Anyway, that's quite a bit of a new fresh lava that's out in those areas, and we'll see what happens in the near future. And of course, you can see it from top to bottom. Nothing new out in the southeastern area, so everything is kind of in the, I guess we call it the southwestern corner, migrating to the western side here, and moving northward a little bit as it goes along. And let's take a look at the report for Kilauea crater. Update on Kilauea. Let's make that a little bigger so we can see it. There we go. Volcano Kilauea volcano update. Strong lava fountains flowed southwest. Cone collapsed. Several lava falls at the lava lake yesterday, and we did see some of that. There's the photo that they took. Pretty nice shot. So we like it, and we'll go to the next shot here. That gives you a satellite image. I kind of like this one too, and this was taken from the 16th, so it's actually 2 days old, but that is from Sentinel-2, showing you where that lava flow is in relationship to the rest of it. And of course that is north, and that is west, east, and south of this direction. So southwest corner, lots of lava. Gotta like it. And what else I got? There they show where that flow is, and that's kind of a nice shot too. And of course it's continuing to come from the eruptive event, as they call it. So pretty awesome to see that. And anything else in there? The other older satellite image, not going to worry about that. And that is not the same volcano. Let's leave that be. Anyway, southwestern spatter cone in the crater wall has intensified its activity by returning impassive lava fountains from low levels over the past 24 hours. Right now, vigorous dome-shaped lava fountain from the southwest cinder cone continues to eject juvenile, fresh, and fluid lava clots and highly effusive lava flows. So, as I mentioned before, it stops, it hits there, sits there, cools down, and just kind of builds up the material. But as we've seen in the live shot, it does continue to do its thing. And this is back to, well, that's from earlier this morning. Let's go to live here. And that is live now, 10:20 a.m. And as you can see, it is flowing out of there. It really hasn't stopped or changed levels of intensity. It's just like, there's a certain pressure, and it keeps on going and going like the ever-ready bunny. And we'll leave that there. So that is Hawaii in a nutshell right now. And we'll turn that a little bigger, and we'll leave it, and we will go to our next place of fun and joy. And of course that will be Iceland, as soon as I find my Icelandic places here. And let's do that. Consistent flow, Dr. Fox. Yep, it is. And let's go over to Iceland and have a quick peek there. That, of course, is Reykjavik, about, well, right now, 20:21 is the time, so 8:21 p.m. If we go back about 10 hours, it didn't look very healthy. Let's go back 9 hours and see if it was better. No, didn't look any different. Yep, looks like they had some rain in the area, that kind of thing. So, kind of the same weather we got here. And I wonder if we're related. Anyway, that is what it is there at Reykjavik, at the capital city of Iceland. And of course, that is coming from the Perlin Center. You can see the building we're on, and it is a kind of a neat building. And let's put that back on live so you can see the difference, which there really isn't much. And let's have a look at the next shot. This, of course, is to the left-hand side of that other shot, also from the Perlin Center. And you can see the regional airport and everything kind of green in the foreground here. So all good that way. Unable to see Kilauea off in the distance, so we know our visibility is poor over there. Let's put that back about 9 hours, see if it was any better back then. And no, it wasn't. So let's leave that back on live. It really isn't that much of a difference other than the clouds sitting in a different spot and more water on the lens. Let's make that one smaller, go to the Reykjanes Peninsula. And of course, this is down near the lighthouse. You can see that road there goes right over to the lighthouse. And there's our steam geyser, the primary one, doing its thing. And of course, the power plant, geothermal steam-powered power plant. And you can see some steam coming off in the background here as well. That's the location of the other power plant and the Blue Lagoon. Unfortunately, because of the steam and the poor visibility, we are not able to see our Grindavik or the top of our wonderful Ragnar over there. Even if we back up 10 hours or so, I don't think we were able to see it. Let's just have a quick peek. And, well, we can sort of see a little bit of Grindavik, but the plume is going in the opposite direction, but we are unable to see the top of a Ragnar because the conditions are still very, very poor. Let's leave that be, and we'll make that smaller, go to the next one, and look at a fog. Let's see if we can go back at 9 or 10 hours. This is supposed to be Katla, and fortunately Katla is hiding in the cloud work over there, and it's raining there. Go figure. And yeah, it rains a lot there. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to see Katla. It is the big ice mound back in the clouds here, and you'll have to trust me on that for now, and we'll put it back to live. And I don't think we're going to be able to see anything from the other screen either. And no, that is completely grayed out. So poor weather, that is what it is there. We're not going to be able to fight it. And of course, that is the thing that we always have to contend with. Anyway, getting over to the harmonic tremor charts, let's have a look and see what's going on. And thank you for the 5-minute warning, Piggy. I'm going to refresh this one really quickly, just to make sure we got everything. And for our wonderful Fragrant Fjall, we do see it dropped just a bit and then rose and dropped again. And our looks like that's our magmatic, the seismatic, and kind of looks like it did the same, but we are seeing quite a bit of activity in very small tremors and stuff from our tectonic or light blue color, indicating that we did have a little bit of noise and possibly some movement there tectonically. Hopefully nothing too severe. Let's take a look at our next one, and that will be Askia, and there it is. And Askia is again not very stable, going crazy, a matter of fact, from what we see here. So our magmatic, the purple frequency, kind of did that upward tick and drop back off, and I really can't tell if it's pretty steady right now or not, because it's all hidden underneath the other ones. And of course the green, our seismicity, was all over the place. And then we also see our blue, the tectonic, all over the place as well. We do see some spikes in there, so likely some small quakes, and we'll have a look at that. But something is definitely amiss and moving. So that could be the tectonic plates being pushed apart slowly. Let's have a look at our next one, Grimsey. no go. Still no data, so we'll leave that be. And Grindavik, still no data as well. So let's carry on. We will go to Krusevik, and Krusevik is just to the north east of Fagradalfjall area, and there is Krusevik. So similar uptick and a drop to Fagradalfjall. A little bit more action here in the seismicity, as well as the tectonic plate stuff. Really quite a lot of movement in here, and that kind of makes a guy go, what is going on? It's interesting to see that. So hopefully we'll see a whole bunch of quakes there, and you see those single spikes going downward. That's a little bit odd, right? So anyway, let's push this back up to Fagradalfjall, and we'll heed that 2-minute warning Piggy just put out there. She has got crutches ready to smack me if I don't take a break. I think it's either that or she's going to sick a cat on me. One of the two. Let's put it back on here, and we'll get that moving again. There we go. And on that note, for those good people who are here, please, if you haven't yet, hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. And don't forget to hit the bell notification if you're going over there to hit that button. And on that note, keep smiling, be good, be kind, and stay with it. It is break time, and I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. And then we will carry on with earthquakes in Iceland, and we'll continue with our usual routine from then on. Don't go away. Keep smiling, and play nice in the lava. And remember, that thing is over 200 feet tall. It's huge. It's huge. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, Dr. Fox2000, not Dr. Quackers. And you are watching a VolcanoX live stream, and I have no idea what happened there. What the heck is going on here? Maybe I am turning into a duck. Oh boy, that is a really interesting metamorphic change. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from John and Tanto and Kevin and Hermione and a nice duck there. Yeah, thanks Kananaska's Country and Mona Alfano, and I hear you, and there we go, I hear you quack. Welcome back, Dr. Turkey. Oh boy, that is really going to get confusing now. Thanks, Henry. Piggy, you started something bad. I don't know. You keep instigating things here. I have no idea how you managed to do that. Oh boy. Yeah, thanks, oh mummy of hamsters. That's all good. I'll be okay in a little while. As soon as the quacking stops. Anyway, all good. Let's... sorry. Let's get over to our earthquakes. We'll have a look at that and see if there is anything there. And we'll get to the earthquake report here. Wow. Okay, calm down there, Mr. Quackers. Anyway, there's our earthquakes, 40 for the last 24 hours. Hey, well, welcome, Philomena. No, that's a duck. That is a duck sound, and I'm sure I heard that correctly. Yep, definitely a duck. Anyway, 40 quakes last 24 hours. And we do see some up here, a couple at Askia. We do see some here at Bardabunga, and one at Grimsvatn, one at Katla, couple over here at Eyjafjallajökull, and of course a bunch out here on the Reykjanes Peninsula. So let's take a look and see what we've got, and we'll start out with these ones in the water. 0.3, 1.4 kilometers down, 19 minutes after midnight. Next one is from 2341 yesterday, 1.38 and 9.3 kilometers down. Next one is a 0.3, 15 kilometers down, 19 minutes after midnight, and a slightly larger one, 2.1 in magnitude, 8.9 kilometers down, 16 minutes after midnight for that guy. The other one in the water here is a 0.15, 6.1 kilometers down from 2203 yesterday. And zooming in here, you can see that's the location of the lighthouse. The camera is roughly about there, so that's not too far away. There's that location of the geyser that we see, and of course the southwestern power plant. I don't know what the name is of it, but that's where it is. Hey, Yvonne Kunkel is here as well. Welcome, Yvonne. Good to see you. And everything should be cool. Anyway, 0.1, 2.2 kilometers down from 1129 is that one. There's one more in the water up here, 0.15, 6.1 clicks down, 2203. Moving over a little bit, and there's Grindavik, of course, and we see this one, a 0.9, 5.6 kilometers down, 1354 is the time on it. Moving up near the Blue Lagoon, and that is located right there, and the other power plant, but that is a 0.54, 4 kilometers down, 2113 as the time on that guy. Let's move on and see what else we got. Of course, this area here, the outline, that is our wonderful Fragarfjall outline, and that region. We do have two quakes in there, 0 at 3.2 kilometers down from 1718, And we have 0.43 from 1.6 kilometers down. 2106 yesterday is the one there. So a couple of quakes, nothing really serious. And of course, for those who are not familiar, that is the location of Ragnar, and this of course of Siggy Fisher. And moving over a little bit, we see over here at Krusevik, we have a 0 there, 5.2 clicks down, 10:38 is the time, or 10:37 is the time on that one. The other one from yesterday at 21:55, 0.23, 3 kilometers down. Next one is a 0.41 in magnitude, 8.6 kilometers down, 2100 yesterday. Moving along, and we see a 0.9, 4.1 clicks down, 116 this morning, a 0.1, 4.9 clicks down from 924, 0.5 from 4.1 kilometers down, 1104 is the time on that, and getting close to Hekla over here. We see a 0.8, 6.9 kilometers down, 1537. And over here at Eyjafjallajökull, we actually see a 2. This is a 1, and that is a 5.2 clicks down. 14:59 is the time on that one. And then a small one from 15:15, it's a 0.1, 9.6 kilometers down. The one over at Katla is this one, 0.43. 135 meters down, 22:58 yesterday was the time on it. It's likely some ice movement, but we'll carry on and have a look. This one here, a 0.7 at Grimsvatn, at 10.9 kilometers down from 7:54. And there we got a bunch at the Bardabunga, and we'll take a look at this. A 0.8, 6 kilometers down, 42 minutes after midnight. Another 0.8, 5.2 kilometers down, 6:32, and this one is from 2:11 a.m. A magnitude 8 or 0.8, 5.2 clicks down. Must be popular. Somebody had a sale on 0.8 quakes. This one is a 1 in magnitude, 1.7 kilometers down, 13 minutes after midnight. 0.5, 2.3 clicks down, 15 minutes after midnight. 0.83, 1.5 kilometers down from 23:54, and a 0.7, 1.1 kilometer down at 19:36. Fairly shallow, all of them, and it kind of makes me wonder. Let's move on. We do see a heavier 3.1 over here. Not got any real reason for being there, but hey, it is. 5.2 kilometers down, 141 and this morning, and 3.1 in magnitude, so a little larger. There's 2 little quakes over here at Askja, and they're both 0.2s. This one 41 minutes after midnight, 5.1 clicks down. The other one from yesterday at 23 at 20, 0.2 of course, and 4.8 kilometers down for him. Let's move on. We don't see anything directly around our wonderful Herdebreit, but this one is out here, so 0.64, 6.6 kilometers down, and 2:17 is the time on that. Moving upward, we see a 0.15, 2.1 clicks down, 21:10 yesterday, and we've got a few that are kind of spread out. Let's grab this. 0.9, 2.6 kilometers down, 1:22 is the time on him. This one is a 0.33, 8.5 kilometers down at 21:08. And then we've got a 0.9, 9.1 clicks down from 16:37. And we'll grab this 1.4 over here right next to Grimsey. And that was from 7:34 this morning. 24.4 kilometers down, very deep in comparison to what we normally see. Anyway, this one from 1924, magnitude 1.7 and 1.1 kilometer down. Then we've got a magnitude 2.1, 6.9 clicks down from 1920, and a 1.5, 2.4 kilometers down, from 1928. And that is our earthquakes for our wonderful Iceland. And really not seeing anything crazy or new. Joseph is here. Welcome, Joseph. Good to see you. And we got Yvonne already, so that's all cool. And Yvonne, Piggy is picking on me. She's calling me a duck. Dr. Quackers. You have no idea why. Anyway, save me. And no, it's not me doing that. Honestly, don't know how that's happening. Anyway, let's carry on to our next place of fun and joy. I'm going to see what's going on there before I move over there, but I did not check this morning, but I'm going to take a look and see if we had any new quakes in the Azores. If we didn't, we're just going to jump over that. And let's take a quick peek. We did have one quake there. I might as well show it. And let's go there. Where are we here? We'll dispense with the views, or hang on. Well, we can't see much. There's our shot there from the island of São Jorge or São Jorge. And I just can't see it off in the distance. That's Pico Island back there. Bad weather. And looking at the cove, I'm not seeing any whitewater or anything, so it's calm ocean, but just poor weather. Anyway, looking at the other map here, we do see this one. 6 hours ago, we had a 2.4 and a 0 in depth. I came in at 1419 GMT or UTC, whichever you prefer. And that is all we have there. And just to zoom out, let you know where the Azores are, right in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. There's the Canary Islands, and of course this is Portugal, and Spain, and France, and England, and Wales, and Scotland, and Ireland. And over here on the other side, we've got Newfoundland, and Nova Scotia, and Sue waving at us, even though she's busy. Having a sip of coffee. I want one too. And of course, up on the top here, you've got Iceland, and of course the Reagan's Ridge, and then turns into the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and of course the East Azores Fault. All cool. Yeah, and we see over here, that is Yvonne waving at us from Germany, and that's pretty cool too. So, right on. Okay, let's leave the Azores be, and we'll get over to our next volcano stack here, and that will be our wonderful Popocatépetl. I did check back during the night. I didn't see anything go boom, but as far as output, as you see on the screen now, it's a fair. And we'll look at the stuff from earlier here. This is about an hour ago, 1347. You can see quite a bit of material moving out of there. Still actually very light colored exhaust and steam and smoke and whatever else. So not as ash rich as some of the previous eruptions that we've seen. Backing up a little bit more, we see that same kind of billowing. This is 1319 or 1:19 p.m. It kind of did its thing there too. It was a little lighter earlier, 11:25, those kinds of times, and it actually calmed right down, or at least we weren't able to see much for a few hours. This morning was a bit different though. I do recall seeing quite a bit of output during the nighttime there. So. Golden times, this is what we had, not that heavy, and that is 6:04 a.m., so nice sunrise scene. And then of course we go into the darkness, the evil of night, and there we go. Oh, that moved me back all the way to 2:38 in the morning, a little further than I had planned on going, but that's all right. It does show the glow and the output from the volcano, the gases, etc., still coming out of there. And again, didn't see any booms or any major eruptive activity. A matter of fact, I didn't even see any lava popping up there. So I was hoping we'd see, at least a little fountain or something, but nothing. So we'll put that back on live and leave that guy be. And we'll go make that smaller, go to our next scene. And that one may not be on yet. It is now. All right. Hopefully we'll be able to see something. They turned the stream back on, but so far all we see is cloud. So they've turned it on about an hour and 12 minutes ago is when they restarted. So we're not going to see anything from Fuego today. It's basically in clouds. Not much I can do about it, unfortunately. So Guatemala, Fuego, no go, and more bad weather. And we know they've been having some really inclement and rainy weather there in Central America. We, of course, remember that from our stuff last night on the weather. This, of course, from today, and that was done at 8:18 a.m. Their time, and that is Messiah volcano in Nicaragua. You can see the lava arc down there. There is a full circle, the floor basically full of lava. You wouldn't want to fall in there, you'll never get out. And let's refresh that, see what it looks like right now. And a little bit more smoke, but we can see the other back area a little bit better. And you can kind of still make out that lava pond down in the bottom of the hole, but don't ever fall in there. Like I said, I don't think there is any hope for you if you fall in. Next volcano is this one, and that's Rincon de la Vieja. It too is suffering from clouditis, and we do see some pluming, though, that is coming out of that caldera. So we can just see the rim. And I don't know if, with all the extra cloud around it, it is pretty hard to tell what's actually coming out. So we can only guess at what we're seeing here. There is something coming out, but as far as volume, pretty tough to tell. Let's leave that one there. 7-minute warning. Thank you, Piggy. And the next shot, of course, is from Chile, a little further south. And we will take a look at those. These are the morning ones. Of course, this is the Lascar volcano, and they do make up their little time lapses themselves. So what we see is what we get. Very little puffing. If you watch in here, you can see the occasional light puff come out of there, out of Lascar, but nothing really crazy. So we'll leave that one be. Next one, of course, is Piggy gifted a membership. Wow, Piggy, thank you very kindly. Piggy gifted one, and who got that? Gabby Oswald. Okay, thank you, Piggy, for gifting. That is awesome, and I appreciate that support. Anyway, Laguna del Mole, as you see, still lots of snow on there. And I don't know what we're going to see. Of course, the lake is still open, water. You can see that in the shot. So temperatures have to be somewhere around that freezing mark or just above it to be able to keep that lake open. Anyway, that's what we see there at Laguna del Mole. And, of course, the next one from this morning, of course, looking at it is Villarrica. And Villarrica, of course, doing its thing. So this was from 8 to about 9:30 or so this morning. You can see the off-gassing. Of course, it still is covered with snow, and I guess that's the way it works. So it's a winter time for them down there. We'll leave that be. Let's go back to put it back on here and move to our next volcanic activity, and that is moving to Java. and just got to find the right screen. There we go. And that is our Merapi. And will Merapi make us happy if we go back in time? Well, I think a little bit. I see they have it on black and white, but that is okay. We'll move that forward just a little bit. I think I went back too far. And yeah, I did. It should be very close. So there you can see it's starting to brighten up around there. And let's see if we can do that. There we go. Oh boy, I gotta take a look at what Piggy sent me now. Yep. Yeah, Piggy, I think that dog is addicted. I will see if we can load that picture up for after bacon seeds. But anyway, there you can see that lava flow coming down the hill. Unfortunately, it wasn't that great of a view on the color camera, and I guess that's why they didn't bother making that one the highlight. So they've got obviously some bad weather conditions. Although I am seeing some stars in the background, so it probably would have worked. But anyway, let's zoom back into that. You can see that bacon flowing down the hill. And that wasn't a bad quantity. There was another couple here that were a little bit better. Let's take a look at those. Let's just get that to the right place here. And right around here. Yeah, you can see it building up here and then slides down the hill. There was quite a bit of lava on that one. I'm just trying to push it forward a little bit, expedite the time here. So yeah, you can see the lava flowing down the hill, and of course some of that lava goes up to a kilometer on average, sometimes a kilometer and a half from the top of the summit or crater area down the hill. So volume has got to be pretty good to be able to do that, to reach that kind of a distance, as there isn't that steep of a slope there. So has to be made up by something. And looks pretty cool. Wow, actually it looks pretty hot. Don't touch it. And that is kind of what we've got there. A little bit of activity. So yep, our wonderful Merapi is making us happy for a little bit of time there. If we go back a little bit, here's another one. And I just wanted to kind of show the start of it. It wasn't as big as the one we just watched, but it was there. And prior to that, it was in and out of the clouds. So kind of a hit and miss here, trying to find things. And yeah, going quite a ways back, I think we need to try to find it here. Yeah, way back. So from 1842. Oh, I'll make that full screen. There we go. You can see in the cloud work that it was pouring down that wonderful lava, and that is pretty cool. So I think for today, Merapi did make us happy, even though it's not the greatest looks. Yvonne, good night. My feet hurt and I'm tired. Okay, good night, Yvonne. You take care of your feet and rest and get some sleep, and we'll see you next time. And it is time for me to go for a break, so let's put this back on live, and we will continue on with our stuff from our Indonesian countries and places down there after the break and after bacon seeds and the secret volcano. So let's go take a break. I'll leave you here on Helemaumau crater. That is live, of course, from Hawaii, and that is a nice flow coming from that southwestern vent in Helemaumau crater. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you haven't yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop, help us out. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing. Anyway, after the break, bacon seeds, and then our secret volcano. So don't go away, keep smiling, play nice in the lava. Here comes some music. we go. The microphone is back on, and we should be safe and sound. And wow, there it is again. Not those darn ducks. Apparently, they're invading. They're up on the roof. I can't help it, you guys. I'm sorry. Doc Canard. There we go. Thanks, Tanto. Thank you for the welcome backs from John and Kevin and Mona Alfano and Canonescus Country and Tanto and Sue and Henry and I hear you quack quack from Sharon Stewart. Oh, and all good. Shotgun could cure that. Not in the city it can't, John. We'll have a bunch of bad stuff happening if we do that. Oh boy, lots of fun. Mona Alfano going oink oink. Well, I should. I think the duck is trying to go oink. And thank you, Hermione and Fluffy. Be back in a bit. Going to the beach. Okay, if you happen to see any ducks, just keep clear and feed the bunnies if you see them. All right, let's get over to our bacon seeds because that's next. And let's see where we left off yesterday. That was the last one from yesterday. And of course, our wonderful Piggy sent us a whole bunch of new ones. There she is. She's doing her thing. And here we go. And there's our first one for today. And even though we've seen it before, I had to show it. This is a wonderful one. Frank Oceans, the third. Hang on, let's see. I'm trying to click on something. Welcome there, and let's see. Huh. Interesting. Okay, we're all good there. Let's see. What else we got here? The Snuggling Bunny. Next bacon seed is gonna be this guy. All right, what's it say? I'm fond of pigs. Dogs look up to us. Cats look down to us. Pigs treat us as equals. Winston Churchill. Oh, that's always nice. That is a nice Winston Churchill statement. We'll remember that forever, right? Next bacon seed is this one. What's the super confusing way that you can say I love you, or that pigs say I love you? I abhor you. I abhor you. Thank you, Piggy. And awesome. Let's go to the next one and see what we got. And what do you call an imaginary pig? A pigment of your imagination. Oh boy. Those almost sound like dad jokes. Yeah, and this guy's smirking at him. He likes that. Yeah, it's a pigment of your imagination. Anyway, he looks pretty cheeky. Anyway, I like that guy. Looks nice. You might need a little hogwash, so those trotters look a little dirty. But anyway, yep, Henry, you got it. Here's the next one. Yeah, this one's out and about, just relaxing, sitting around, enjoying the day. Pretty awesome to see that. And let's get to another one. And that is this one, a cute little guy. Happy Piggy, yep, smile on his face, just doing what he needs to do out in the open area there, I guess. So pretty awesome. And next one is this one, and a little bit of a cuddling and never hurts, a little pig. And he's smiling and liking and being held. That is really nice. Okay, 2 more to go. Here's this one. Oh yeah, if once in a while you gotta play dead, especially if you're laying in between somebody's legs. It's awesome. Gotta love that, you guys. Those are always nice. Pigs have big heads. Yep, they do. And they're pretty smart too, and they can be as smart as a 3-year-old, or actually smarter than dogs, is what they say. And here is our last bacon seed of the day. Belly rub or else. Yeah, Henry, that's about it. Here's the last one. And I think this one is eating something delicious. I guess, yep, we like noodles and chomping them down. Definitely knows how to eat the noodles. So there you go. That is our bacon seeds for today, ladies and gentlemen. And that is all cool and awesome. And they are not worms. Dr. Fox, can you show the purse? Yes, Piggy. Let me get to that. I have to save it first and then show it, but we can do that. I need to find where it is, though. There it is. Okay, let's save that picture, and we'll save it as that. That will work, and we might as well also save the other one here. That is this one, and just bear with me here. We're going to get those up there, and we'll do that. So while we're here, and I know he's eating lots of that. I think those are Ichiban noodles or something. Okay, so purse. Let's take a look at the purse picture. If I can find it. Oh, okay. Piggy went out shopping today, and she got herself a new purse. And there it is. That's a kind of a neat looking purse, isn't it? And we kind of like it. Let's not watch him. He's eating. He's eating like a pig. Anyway, that's Piggy's new purse. For those who like it, let's see if we can rotate that a little bit. And we'll make that a little bit bigger. And there we go. So you can see it a little better. So, yep, every piggy needs a purse like that. And I'm glad Piggy got hers. And then we also wanted to show what our wonderful thistle was hitting the bottle. So let's see what that looks like. Just got to find that shot. Thistle and with the bottle. Yep. There it is. There's a thistle hitting the bottle real hard. I don't know what we're going to do with him, but it is what it is. So all good. Anyway, we'll get rid of those. And yep, a cute purse. And that snout bopper looks dangerous. And we'll leave that be. Let's get over to our next scenes that we want to look at. And that would be back to, well, we don't really want to look at Merapi, but that is the scene that we're using. So we'll make that one smaller, get to the next one. And this is Mount Ruapehu. And we can see the mountain covered in snow. Let's see if we can, oh, they did zoom in on it a little bit. So let's back up just a tiny bit here. And there they panned in and zoomed in a little bit. We'll let you kind of watch that. I'm going to take a sip of Pepsi. I need to do that. Ah, fine vintage. So yeah, there you can see the snow level. That is fairly heavy snow up top now. Yeah, we're gonna do the mystery volcano. Darn it! I knew I forgot something. Let's let them finish panning first, and then we'll take a look at that and go from there. Juliet is here as well. Welcome, Juliet. And yeah, the mystery volcano is going to be interesting. I think we're going to be stumping people again. And the reason I say that, it looks a lot like every other volcano out there. So it's going to be an interesting time. Anyway, lots of snow sitting there on top of Mount Ruapehu, as you can see, and looks pretty good. I will leave that be. Going to put that back on live, of course. And they are zoomed in on it on live as well, so that's all right. That is pretty cool. Okay, let's leave that. Let's go over here, and we are going to look at the mystery volcano. So there is our mystery volcano. Any guesses as to which one that is? And hopefully some educated guesses, and that would be awesome. Maybe some of you happen to know what is going on there. And no, it is not Mount Etna. Sorry, John. And I do know which volcano it is. I don't have the date of the photo, but I do have the name. No, Piggy, it's not Etna. And that was already said. All good though. Nice try. No, it's not Merapi. It's not Fuego. Sorry. It's not Vesuvius, John. Nope. Oh, I know this is going to be a tough one. You guys are going to be a little stumped. No, it's not Kilauea. Sorry. And I know it looks very similar to many of the other ones. But I do want to add that we do see a fairly heavy, dark plume there. No, it's not a Villarica there, Henry, and no, Piggy, it's not Semeru. Kananaskis country throws a flag up already, and wow, that didn't take long. I know it's a stumper. No, it's not Ibu. That's IBU, by the way, Piggy, but that's okay. I'll pretend. Hints. Yep, it's a volcano, and it's not Villarica, and it's not Semeru, and what, Erinal? No, not that one. Looks, pigs I can't spell. Look, yeah, I know, Piggy, it's okay. Just helping you out there for next time. I get mixed up with everyone guessing at it. No, not Fuego. I will give you a hint. It is in the Ring of Fire. How about that? That is a good hint. It is in the Ring of Fire. So that is a reasonable hint. And yes, that's on planet Earth, of course, but I will keep that hush-hush. No, it's not Reventador. And Simon Noodles, cute. Mahalo, a Piggy. All right, it's not Sakurajima. It's not Krakatau. No. And what else we got? No more guesses. Do I have to give another hint? Oh boy. Okay. Well, I figured all that snow on there would really give you guys a good hint. But it's not Karimsky, and I am going to give you a hint. It's in the northern hemisphere. It's in the northern hemisphere. It's not San Miguel, it's not Mayon, and it's not Popocatépetl. It is not Klyushevskoy. Sorry. None of the above so far. Arenal volcano, no, it is not. There, a wonky donkey. Juliet, congratulations, Juliet. Juliet just came out with it and said it is a Colima, and it is. That is in Mexico. It's a Colima volcano, or Mount Colima, as they call it. And congratulations to Juliet. I'm not sure how you figured that out, but that is what it is. And there you go. You get the stack of cookies. No, Piggy and Juliet already got it, and that's it. And that is pretty awesome. Yeah, so congratulations there, and all good. We'll take that one off of the screen, and we will get back over to our other views there. And of course, they are still zoomed in. There's that ski area down there. There's not enough snow for the skiers yet. And that is, of course, still Mount Ruapehu, there where they're panning the cameras around. Looks pretty cool. And I think we can leave that be. Let's go to the next shot here that I want to look at. Actually, I should make that one smaller so we don't burn so much horsepower. And I want to refresh this chart and see what we've got. So this is for Taupo, and we can see that we had a little bit of a drop, and then it came back up as far as activity. Nothing major, nothing that's going to scare us, no big spikes. So just a little bit of tiny activity there that may have been from other quakes as well. Looking at the other chart a little further north, we do see a little bit more of a floor noise, a little higher. That little spike in there as well, but nothing major going on. So let's leave that be. That is what we've got there right now. Thank you, Piggy, for your nice bacon seeds. Okay, I was feeding my sick cat. Oh, Tanto, I hope your cat is okay. Anyway, let's go over to the other one here, and we want to have a quick look at Taupo. And whoop, wrong button. This one. There we go. Yep, raining there too. It's raining everywhere. It's raining here. It's raining at Taupo. It's raining in at Mount Etna. It's bad weather all the way around today. Anyway, the caldera for Taupo, of course, is the entire lake. And when we look in the back here, behind this mountain, there is the thing called Mount Ruapehu in the clouds, of course, hiding. Normally, if it was clear, we would be able to see it. No flea market happening today, but that is what it is. So we're okay with that. And on that note, just want to add this shot courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. And it looks awesome, nice view. And we'll leave it as that. Let's get back to our next stuff. Gonna make that back to normal, and we'll go over to our next volcano, and that is our wonderful where is it? It's hiding on me. Our wonderful Semeru. There we go. And that is 4:25 a.m. there at Semeru right now. It looks not bad. If we back up a little bit, really no major activity happening there. Let's see, 20 minutes ago we see the star right above it, but we also see a little bit of a fountain in here or something, fairly bright. So there is some activity, but it's not spilling any big amounts of lava or anything like that. So we do know it's on simmer for the most part. If we go back a bunch, 3:09 a.m., doesn't look much different. And I'm just trying to see if there are times where we actually had some lava fall. And there might have been some in here. If we advance it a little bit, we've seen a little bit coming out of that hole there. And as time progressed there, that kind of flowed down the hill a little. But nothing really major. So you can see that here, where it's kind of flowing and showing up extra little dots. Nothing really crazy though. So going back, although it was relatively nice visibility, there was just about no output or lava flow from that screen. Anyway, that is what it was, so we're going to leave that be, and we'll put it back on live. There's the shot now, 4:27 a.m. live from Semeru in East Java in Indonesia, and we'll leave that guy be. Let's see if our wonderful lava TV cabs is still on. No, he's not, but I still had it open, so I want to go back a little bit and see. Right after the commercial though. We'll see if we can skip that. He was trying to see what was going on there. The cloud had built up quite a bit up top there, so it was hard to see some of that volcanic activity up on the mountain. And this is, of course, from Lava TV cabs there in the Philippines, and we are looking at a Mount. What is it? It's Mount Mayon. Mount Mayon, the volcano. So Mayon is continuing to do its thing, and we don't mind that. So yeah, not that much activity there though, so you can see that sliding down the hill. A little bit of lava flow, unfortunately, not the greatest as far as what we're seeing though. Cloudy up there, so it is what it is, right? We can't control the weather or the clouds. Well, not yet. Give it some time. We'll work on it. I've got that weather machine going. It's time for a break. Yeah, one more volcano I want to look at. They finished that stream 3 hours ago. I don't know if it's going to show anything. That is from yesterday. Let's see if Taal is on today. Showing live now. There is a Taal volcano, and that is what's going on there right now, and it is a break time. So Trev saying hi, welcome, a wonky donkey. Yep, that is what we're seeing, some off-gassing. The plume headed over to the right-hand side, but that is what's happening at Taal volcano. So there is indeed some stuff. Taal is dangerous. Yes, it is a very, very dangerous Tanto. I agree with that statement. That one could be very, very nasty if we get some good quakes or something and we have a bunch of magma or the floor in there cracks open, and of course you end up getting those pre-magmatic eruptions, and it's like boom, 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 and blow the bits and pieces away, almost like hunga tunga hunga ha'apai. You don't want one of those, considering the edge of the lake is all filled with people all the way around. So anyway, I'm going to go take a break, you guys, and we'll make that smaller again. I'm going to put you guys back. Oh, I want to make that one smaller too, and this one, and save that horsepower. Going to put you back over to Kilauea. That's Helima Uma'u Crater, and that is live. That's the Southwest event, and it's turned into a beautiful fountain, and we like that. All right, here comes some music. Keep smiling. I'll be back. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. And of course, if you have not yet subscribed, please subscribe to the channel, and if you feel we've earned it. And we'll be happy to have you in here as a part of our lava family. And even if you quack a little bit, you're okay. Anyway, I'll be back. Oh, gotta love it. I'll be back. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And Irish Monk says, Dr. Fox, Big Murph is sorry about the earthquake in, where is it? La Rochelle. He was playing. Was he playing with the dynamite or something? Hang on, that sounds pretty ducky, doesn't it? Oh, okay. Anyway, hang on. Apparently I want to cough now. I'll be back in a second. Okay, we should be okay. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Tanto and Sue and John and Henry and Dennis and Kevin Haynes and I hear you quack, Dr. Fox2000, and that's Kananaskis country as well. Sends a doctor 1 kilo of honey. Awesome, that would be good there, Irish Monk. I'll take that. That is very kind of you. And really cool. Okay, so what did we get through? We got through our other volcanoes. We were going to have a look at our next ones on the list. Hopefully we'll see something. I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything happening at our wonderful... well, we might see something. What is it? Our Stromboli. That's the word I'm looking for. Let's go over there. Stromboli. There's our view of Stromboli. And just in time to see a little bit of an eruption. Just a tiny one right there. And of course, we've got the thermal cams, both of them showing that there is a little bit of activity, but nothing really major. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. That is Stromboli in, of course, Italy, and pretty cool. And the other little white spots you see up there, that is not lava, those are stars. So pretty cool. Tom Dice, a home in Ireland. Okay. Yep, he's back home. That's all good. Let's have a look and see where else it's raining. And a Yellowstone National Park, rain there as well. Why is it raining everywhere? And is that not working? That screen seems to be stuck. The rain made it stick, or is that what it's doing? Let's refresh that, see if that'll help it. And no, it didn't do a darn thing for it. So refreshed it. We are stuck. And I don't know if that's because it's raining or if they've been infested with ducks as well. Anyway, we'll leave that be. Let's see where we want to go next. And we'll take a look at, I think we wanted to take a look at Mount Etna. Let's go over there and have a quick peek, see what it was doing, and we'll have to get that a little bit bigger, and we'll definitely have to go back in time. So going back to right around sunset time, that's usually when we can see it. We do see the primary vent up top there, smoking away pretty good. Not seeing anything from the vent on the right here, and we do see a smoke plume in the background here. Not 100% sure if that is from the top stuff or coming from the southeast crater. Hopefully it is coming from the southeast crater. As we go back a little bit more, we can see, yeah, it is actually, you can see that extra stuff coming up there. So that is where it's coming from. Still nothing there. And if we go back a bunch, actually it wasn't that bad of weather there. Clear for a change, and quite a bit of smoke. That is about 5.5 hours ago up top. And looking at about 7 hours ago, let's see what it was like. hard to tell. That's a cloud in there. I was going to say, is that smoking from the other vent? But no, not from there. That is just a cloud moving through. And earlier, of course, it was this, so very, very difficult to tell. Let's put it back on live. There it is right now in the dark. We can't see it, and we will leave that alone. We just want to have a quick peek at the tremor chart, and of course up to date. We see it just riding the line, so we want to see some spikes in here, and the lava workers need to do that. Get some spikes going. We want to see some eruptive activity there. Let's leave that be, and we will get on to our next ones, and that will be Japan. So let's have a look in Japan and see what we've got cooking there. And there we go. That is on the screen. Of course, the ice cream boat is in. Yeah, I think both ice cream boats might be in. Yeah, almost looks that way. But anyway, for those good people looking in the background here on this shot, that is Sakurajima. And Sakurajima, of course, doing its thing. Nothing really crazy or outrageous today. We'll take a look at that shot a little bit closer. And you can see it is kind of a brownish mix of ash and possibly, well, I'm sure there's dust and debris of sorts in there, tephra. Let's look at the close-up camera. You can see a little bit more of that discolored material coming out of that southern, well, I don't know if it's actually south, but anyway, the small vent on the side here. We know it's got two vents up on the top, fairly active, but this small one here seems to be the noisemaker as of late, and we can see a few plumes popping out of it, and there's another one kind of puffing up. So that is a little bit darker material. Nice to see that. Although it's rich in ash as well as SO2, and that kind of causes issues for the locals, unfortunately. So let's leave that be. We'll make that one smaller, go back to the other one, make that one a little bit smaller as well, as we can see that a plume continuing to blow out and head to the north, I think. Next one, of course, is another one of those similar shots. This one, they do allow us to go back in a little bit. It's not the quite the same camera location, but it is there. And that is a little earlier, just to kind of get a view of it. And during the nighttime, we weren't seeing a heck of a lot. That's a fairly grainy image. And let's see, I go back a little bit further, and there you go. It kind of lets us know what we were seeing then. Putting it back on live and making that one smaller. That was supposed to be our view of Suwanoshijima, by the way, and that camera is still down, unfortunately. So let's leave that there. This next shot, of course, from our volcano a little bit at about 100 kilometers to the north, I guess, not even, and that is from Aso. Aso is of course a very big caldera, and it has a few smaller pockets in it. This one, of course, is the active area for it, so everyone refers to it as Aso. You can see quite a bit of steam coming out of that. And that was early in the morning. If we take a look, that is just before sunrise, a fairly heavy steam. And as we move along here, and as the sun comes up, burns off some of that moisture from the surrounding areas. It starts to get cloudy and foggy. Kevin Haynes throws in one gift membership. Thank you, Kevin. And we'll put that down. Kevin Haynes, thank you very kindly. And Arizona Iron Worker got it. That's awesome. Gifted one. Arizona Snowman's other name. So that is cool. Thanks, Kevin. And well, that'll all be good. Let's carry on here. And so that's current conditions there. And we will go to our next shot. And this, of course, is Asama. And Asama is kind of in the clouds right now, so very difficult to tell what's happening at present. But when we go back a little bit, this is about 45 minutes ago, you can definitely see it is putting out a fair amount of gas. And I don't know if it was continuing to do that, and I don't know if this plume over here is actually from the volcano, because the wind is blowing it away from the camera view. Irish Monk throws in a 10-pack of gifting certificates there. Wow. Irish Monk. That is cool. And thank you very kindly for doing that. Oh, and Arizona Snowman got his other name gifted there. That is pretty cool. Awesome. Sleepy Dormouse and Greth Bro and Matlock and Birdie Dumb, Linda Arlington. They all got a bunch of. There's some people in here I'm not even sure if I ever seen. What is it? Sekmis Gund? I've never seen that one before. I do know. J8's Stellar Graphics, awesome, and Matlock, of course. Non-stick Nick has got it as well. So thank you very kindly, Irish Monk, for throwing that 10-pack in there. And what? I have unlimited rabbits. Wabbits? Send me a few. Irish Monk gifted 10, and then Irish Monk threw in a small super chat of ARS and 90. So that is 90 pesos, I guess, or something like that. So pretty cool. And thank you very kindly for your wonderful support there, Irish Monk. That is awesome and appreciated. Very cool. Going back a little bit on Osama, we wanted to see if there was more coming out during the night, and of course that is always difficult to tell as we go through and see, but we'll likely be able to identify it a little bit better on the SO2 map. If there was some stuff coming out, it'll be noticeable on there. So yeah, we do see just a bit now and again, but hard to tell at night, realistically. So let's not try to surmise what it is. We'll just check that out and get our factual statements. Oh, the ice cream boat is taking off, and that is what we're seeing. So I hope everyone got their ice cream. And we will go, let's see, where are we going to leave this? I was wondering if we can leave that. I'm going to go check there with Yellowstone. Yellowstone is still frozen, so yeah, I guess Yellowstone is not moving. We'll leave that be. I think maybe what we'll do is we'll go back to Helma Umu Crater, and we'll look at that live, of course. And from there, we'll go fix up the other things here that I need to take care of, and just make sure I've got the other streams back to where they are. Okay, looking at what we've got, we can do the volcano report. So I'm going to go through that. We have 5 for yesterday's activity, and we have 8 for today. So let's get at it, and we'll start out by Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines. Erupted cloud unknown height, reported at 16:45 yesterday. Kilauea, we already looked at that separate report from 1729 yesterday. Popocatépetl, volcanic ash emissions continue to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters from 1745. Suwanosejima in Japan exploded a volcanic ash cloud unknown height reported at 2130. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, a volcanic ash observed to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, and that was from 2,200. Those were for yesterday. And today's stuff, and looks like Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines, back in there with a couple of reports. And volcanic ash cloud unknown height reported at 15 minutes after midnight, and then again at 10:45 a.m. Sabancaya, Peru, continuous ash emissions to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters at 1:30 a.m. and then again at 13:30. Which is 1:30 p.m. So pretty cool. Popocatépetl, central Mexico, constant volcanic ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 1:45 this morning. And what else we got? Suwanosejima, exploded volcanic ash cloud unknown height, reported at 9:45 a.m. Nevado del Ruiz, possible volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 10 a.m. And Sangay in Ecuador, likely volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters at 10:15 a.m. Fuego in Guatemala, new volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, or 4,600 meters from 14:15. And Reventador in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, 16:15 is the time on that. And that is it for our volcano report there. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in and, of course, putting it together. Lots of work, and do appreciate you doing that. Thank you. All right, let's carry on with what else we've got here. I want to go back over to that and see what they're doing at Helima-Uma'u crater. And that darn duck is still in there somewhere. I don't know where he is. He sounds like he's closer this time. Hopefully he's not going to infiltrate. And thank you, Sue and Doc. Well, you're welcome, Alba Girl, definitely. And yeah, it's raining so much here that, you know, the poor ducks are even looking for a place to hide. I have no idea what to do with them. Yeah, that one is persistent, I'll tell you. The roof looks like a swimming pool, and yeah, it's raining pretty good out there. So the one thing that I did build that I'm very proud of is my dome for the bunny food, and that certainly saves a lot of money on bunny food. Bunny food consumption or waste has been reduced by pretty much 95%, so I'm pretty happy about that. Anyway, even the poor bunny's got to be laying low, hunkered down somewhere. I did see LB in this morning, and kind of staying low too, stayed right close to the building to stay out of the rain, was eating some of the grasses after he or she had a little bit of a snack in the shelter, so all good. Just driven through a rainstorm. Alba Girl, not good. It seems to be loving the rain in lots of places today. Don't know why. But anyway, it is break time, you guys. So for those good people who are here, if you are enjoying the show, please do hit that like button and give it a thumbs up. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be awesome too. And on that, I'll blame it on El Nino. It was actually, you blame it on La Nina. La Nina is the one. El Nino is not there yet, but La Nina was the one that is the bad one. It was hanging around for too long. It messed up our weather patterns. Anyway, I'm going to go for a break. And don't go away. We've got earthquakes and SO2 report and what else? Weather. Whether we like it or not, it's all ducky. So, yeah, stick around and be happy. Play nice in the lava. And watch out for the ducks. I'll turn some music on. I'll be back after the break. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Of course, on screen we are seeing the footage of live from USGS showing the southwest cone there, or southwest vent in Halima crater, and another rockfall just as we zoomed in. You can see that on the left hand side. That was pretty cool. So pretty awesome, and thank you for the welcome backs from Tanto and Sue and Cananesca's country, and welcome Amelia. Are you getting an earthquake? That is not good. And thank you Susie and John and Albagirl and Sue. And did I miss anyone? I hope I got you all. Whack coming out. Up is the man with the crumbs and plenty of bread. It's Mick. What? MC Mick Quacker himself. Hide to Dr. Fox 2000. Oh yeah, sure. Make fun of me. Next thing you're gonna tell me is that you've been hearing duck sounds all day long here. So don't. No, never mind. Anyway, yeah, Amelia, did you have an earthquake, or are you just anticipating earthquakes? That's where we're going next. Anyway, before we get there, I just kind of want to go over our wonderful event here, and I want to get my mouse working again. The mouse is working, the hamster is working. So, yeah, a beautiful flow out of there as it continues, and every once in a while we see a little bit of a rockfall. We just had one there, just a tiny one, and we see that usually fall down the left-hand side. And then of course it's breaking out more and more material in here as that lava is basically pelting the area. You got to remember, this thing is now over 200 feet tall. Some of those chunks of lava are very, very large size as they splatter, and yeah, it's a wonderful spatter coming out of the cone. The spatter splatters. That'll get you going. Anyway, lots of ejecta coming out, and love seeing that steady flow as it continues. Let's leave that be though, and we will go over to our earthquake map, and we'll see what's happening there. Earthquake? Oh no, it's an earth quack. Earth quack. Okay, I get you, Mr. Duck. No worries. All right, let's get over there and see what we've got going on. And here we go. So we'll start out in the Kamchatka Peninsula. Nothing new there. And most of everything that we see in the Aleutian Islands is pretty calm. We do see this one, 5.0 from 59 miles north of Kurluk, Alaska, and that is at 3:14 a.m., 86 kilometers down. And just to kind of put that into perspective, is it Katmai? There, that's a Katmai, and that's of course the Trident volcano in the middle here. So that's where it is, and that may be something to stir the pot a little bit, but we'll see. Really nothing coming out of it as of yet. We'll leave that be. I don't think there were any tsunamis. No, nothing listed for it. So even though it does have the little tsunami wave showing. And we'll get rid of that one, continue on down the coast, look for other stuff along the western coast of North America. We do see this 4.4 at Talmage, is it Talmage, California? Hey, that's not too far away from Mount Shasta. Dennis, did you feel that one? 4.4? I doubt it, but I'm just curious. It happened at yesterday at 21:44, and that was 10.5 kilometers down, and that is there. So pretty cool. 6.6 at Mexico. We're working our way down there. We're working. This one, yep, that is 6.3 is what they're calling it here on this one, and of course going down the Imperial Fault, we see that right on the corner of the Imperial Fault here, and of course the North American plate, so Pacific plate and the Imperial Fault being right there on the corner. I doubt very much that it would have created any kind of a tsunami. We'll double check. It says no tsunami, so all good. And that happened at 14:30, 10 kilometers down, 6.3 in magnitude on this scale. Everybody's got their own, so I understand the 6.6. What Amelia said, that is possible on theirs as well. Anyway, 4.4, 4 kilometers south of Santa Maria, Zapolitilian, something like that, Mexico. Anyway, way down here. Anyway, that happened. I didn't know it's. You didn't know that's called the Imperial Fault? Oh, okay. Yeah, the right in here. Just to let you know, this is the end of the San Andreas Fault here, right at the lake on the eastern side. And from here on, this down here is called the Imperial Fault. And as it goes through the Baja area there. So Imperial Fault until it gets down to somewhere around here and goes, and they've got some weird names for them, so as it comes out here I think it changes names. This one is a different fault here because that is not attached to it, that of course being again the North American plate, whereas this is the Cocos plate sitting right in front of Mexico and the central countries there. Anyway, we'll keep going. This one is 5.0 in Ecuador from 3:10 a.m. 25.8 kilometers down. And going a little bit further, we see this one, Argentina 4.5 from yesterday 21:58 226.5 kilometers down. And Chile 4.2 from today at 10:26. And that's 10 kilometers down. Another one in Chile, 4.8, and that was from yesterday at 16:31, 104.9 kilometers down for that guy. Nothing out here in the South Sandwich Islands. We can leave that be. Not seeing anything on this map for our wonderful New Zealand. We do have one here on the Kermadec Ridge or Kermadec Island region, 4.8, 56 minutes after midnight, 57.5 kilometers down. Nothing new in this swarm, so that has somewhat subsided, but this one is quite busy, 5.1. This is all in the Tonga region, and that is from 8:28 this morning. 10 clicks down. Next one, another 5.1, and that is from 8:25. Another 5. There's a 5.7 from 8:29, 28.5 kilometers down. Next one underneath there, 5.8, 9:04 a.m. our time. 10 clicks down. Next one over beside it. 5.1 from 11:16. Next one from yesterday, actually, 17:16 was the time on that, 5.4 from 20.7 kilometers down. Another 4.9 from 7:22 a.m. and that's 10 clicks down, and a 5.3 from 1714 yesterday as well, 10 kilometers down. So busy area, and I'm kind of curious to see once we get over to the SO2 map if we're going to see any more SO2 pluming out of that region as we did with the other ones. Vanuatu has this one up in the northern areas, 5.3 from 3:59 a.m. 122.5 kilometers down. Moving over, not quite the band of sea, but we'll look at it here. Kepulauan, Barat Daya, Indonesia. If I said it right, I might have butchered that completely. 11:57 was the time on that, and that is 143.9 kilometers down. Indonesia, and the rest of Indonesia here looks pretty calm with the exception of going here, and that is a 4.6. 1711 was the time on that, 59.5 kilometers down for that guy. And then we've got a little further north in the Philippines, southern end of the Philippines, 5.3 from 1134, 69.5 kilometers down for that one. Out here in the Marianas, we are seeing a 4.9, and that is 146 kilometers west of San Jose Village, northern Mariana Islands. Anyway, time 10:34 a.m. our time, 10 kilometers down for him. And now let's dig in here off the coast of Japan, down in the southern tip. There is our Sakurajima right there, and these two were in there. 4.8, 10:58 was the time on that, 35 kilometers down. The other one is a 4.6 from 1437, 35 kilometers down for him. So a little bit of a shaking going on, and let's go to this one, a 4.4, and that is kind of out from Tokyo a little ways. 3:46 is the time, 10 kilometers down for that one, and going all the way up into the Kamchatka, we don't see anything else there. Moving over into, I guess, China, 4.5 from yesterday, 20:58 was the time on that, 10 kilometers down. And let's just zoom out here, make sure we're not missing anything, and we are not. We do have this one in Turkey, 4.5 from 9:36, 10 kilometers down for that one. And of course, that is in that same region where we had all those other ones, the major quakes. So things are still moving there, aftershock after aftershock. At least it's getting quieter, so that is all good. And let's go zoom in to Hawaii real quick and see what we've got going on there. Still seeing more activity out here in the water, 2.7, and that's a 303 this morning, not 3:30, and 9.2 kilometers down. That would have been 3 minutes after midnight Hawaii time. And this one is a 1.8, came in at 3:13 our time, and 9.4 kilometers down. And then we've got a few here in the Pahala region. Let's get through those. 1.9, 21:24 yesterday, 34.3 clicks down for him. 2.5 from today at 14:52, 3.1 kilometers down, 31 kilometers down, something like that. Down there anyway, long ways down. 1.9 from 30 minutes after midnight, 35.5 kilometers down for that one. And grabbing these here, we got a 1.8, 22:31 was the time on it, 30 kilometers down, that is below sea level. And this one is a 2.0 from yesterday, 18:15, 31.1 clicks down as well for that 2.0. And another 2.0, and that is 3:27 a.m. Today, 34.8 kilometers down. And that is basically it for those ones in the Pahala region. We don't see anything at all at Kilauea. I'm surprised there's nothing there. You know, you'd expect to see a couple little tremors or something. We do have this one up towards Mauna Loa, and that is from 2:04 a.m. That's 3 kilometers above sea level, so well up into the mountain. Could have been a rockfall or a rock slide up here. You never know. And that was a 1.9. Nothing too severe though. So let's leave that be. And I don't think there's too much there. Thanks for making me laugh. Oh, you been laughing, Susie? How come? Don't laugh. Don't laugh at all. You can, oh boy, there's that darn duck again. I wonder when that's going to disappear. Ooh, we got a new one here. New quake. And that is down south of South Africa. And that is on the Antarctic ridge. And that is kind of interesting. 6.0. 15:59 is the time on that one. 10 kilometers down. So not too long ago. That wasn't there just a few minutes ago. So interesting to see that one. And let's pop over to La Palma. We're going to refresh this map, and we'll see what the Canary Islands are bringing us today, if there's anything really crazy going on there. Want to look up here first, and of course what I'm looking for is to see what's happening on the East Azores fault, and we do have some. There's a 3.3 from the 15th at 23:51. Next one over is 3.3 from the 16th at 18:50 UTC. And that one is, what's the depth on it? No depth on that one. The other one was, how deep was it? Let's see if we can light that up. 6 kilometers down. And the latest one here, well, that's not latest, but 56 minutes after midnight, biggest maybe, 3.8. And that was 30 kilometers down for that guy. So some activity up there, and of course we see a bunch of things flashing and stuff here as well, in between Tenerife and Gran Canaria. This is the latest one, 1958 is the time, 1.1 for that guy. Not so worried about those. There's always going to be some activity here no matter what. Let's zoom in on La Palma and see what we've got there. Anything from today? No. The last one was from yesterday, and that is right up here on the ridge. That was a 1.4, 14 kilometers down from 2113 yesterday. So we'll leave that be, and we'll call that it for our wonderful quakes. And I want to get over to our SO2 map, because I am curious what is going on. Let's see if we can line that up real quick. I'm going to refresh our SO2 map and take a look. And I'm curious about the a possibility of a plume coming from the Kermadec area. So let's have a quick look at that, and there it is. I'm not really shocked. Let's get rid of that. Because of that circulation here, so all those quakes we were getting there, it's very, very interesting to see that we've got that underwater venting going on, and we see, because of that circulation, some of it is being drawn down towards New Zealand. The other stuff, of course, is heading east. That is very interesting. So possible underwater volcano somewhere happening there along the Kermadec Ridge, or perhaps just some stuff opening up. And here's something that is interesting as well. We are now seeing a double plume coming out of, we got Tofua, but what's the other one coming from? And that is a very good question. Why are we seeing so much SO2 in the area? Looks like they may have an extra vent or something happening somewhere. Things that make you go, what do you think about that? So anyway, let's zoom back out. I'm going to go take that break. We'll do a full view after the break, and we'll go from there. So we'll start out here up in the Kamchatka Peninsula. Keep smiling. I'm going to put you back over onto the Helmaumu crater, the southwest side vent. Of course, it used to be a little hornito, but you can't really call something 200 plus feet in height a hornito, can you? That's a pretty big hornito. Anyway, we'll leave that there. For those good people who have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop. That'd be awesome. Also, if you have not yet hit that subscribe button, consider subscribing. And on that friendly note, I'm going to go take a break. Quack. Okay, fine, Mr. Quackers. And good night, John Raper. 11-ish months young, Brian. 11-ish. Oh, that sounds just a ducky. Okay. Anyway, we're going to go take a break. Keep smiling, everyone. Be good. And take care of yourselves. And don't go anywhere yet. We've got the SO2 and then the weather to go. And that'll be awesome. And here comes some music. Hit the like button if you haven't done that. And thank you very much. I'll be back. microphone is back on as I'm trying to swallow the rest of my Pepsi. That's awesome. And oh boy, and that duck is still in there. Thank you for the welcome backs from welcome back, Dr. Fox. Thanks there, old mummy of hamsters, and thanks, BMAT, and welcome. And Canada's country, and Sue, and Alba Girl, and I hear you, DrFox2000, quack quack. And thanks, Henry, Doctor, and Quackers, I guess is the name. But hey, it's raining, it's still pouring here, it's still coming down. Not much I can do about it. The roof has been infested with ducks, and it is what it is. Thank you, Hermione and Fluffy, and I got your message there earlier about saying only seagulls out there, which are fine to be out there. Dr. Quackers. Yeah, Dr. Quackers. Oh, that is hilarious. Oh, there he is. Okay, BMAT renewed his membership, saying we're still all here. Right on, and nice to see that, BMAT. Awesome. Thank you for supporting the stream. We do enjoy that and appreciate it. Let's go back over here though, and let's take a look at our SO2 map. So we briefly spoke about what's going on down here. We'll get back to this in a little bit, but let's start out here in the Kamchatka Peninsula. And of course, oh, I didn't show Shivelish. I was just going to peek here for a second and see how Shivelish is actually doing today. Where is my Shivelish volcano? Let's see, we'll maybe be able to see it or not. No, Shivelish is in clouds, so I'm going to leave that be. It's all cloudy, so we can't see it anyway, and we should be okay with that. And there's no segment currently affected by the Alaskan Aviation Weather Unit, so no volcanic ash advisories up in the north. I'll leave that be. All right, so getting back to this, we do see up here it would be Shivelish and producing this extra plume up here, and that is doing its thing. Juliet, good night if you're heading out, and sleep well. Anyway, the other stuff coming from Karimsky and likely Bezimiani and Klyushevskoy, and going out in this way because of that circulation. But we do see the other stuff taking off to the north. I'm not sure if that is residual or that's something new. This is likely in the local area here. Remember, we had that fairly large quake over here, so I don't know if this created any of that, but that is what we've got there. And of course, the pollution coming from some of the pulp and paper mills up there in Alaska happens too. Let's slide over and take a look at the Canadian areas. Canada actually doing very well right now for the most part. We do still have that fire in northern Saskatchewan around Lac La Ronge, and that is still affecting things there. But looks like Alberta and British Columbia are looking a lot better. Those rains are helping. You can see that circulation here, and that is definitely throwing that in there. Thanks for holding the family together. BMAT, that is an awesome super chat, and thank you for helping out and supporting. That is always nice to see. Thanks, BMAT, and you are welcome. We try to do our thing, you know, and the streams aren't always the greatest, but you know, most days we do very well. So as far as getting the information across, anyway, getting back to it, we do see pretty clear skies for most of Canada. We are still seeing some of those fires up in the northern portions of Quebec, Hopefully that is not going to drift down south too much more. Once this system starts moving across the country, I'm sure it will help out with getting rid of a lot of that fire stuff that's happening, the smoke coming down south. Anyway, looking at the western portions of the U.S., so from, I guess we'll call it from a Midwest to a complete west, not bad, with the exception of down here in the south. We've got some of that SO2 coming up from Mexico, and of course Popocatépetl and Mexico City, and most of that being Popocatépetl, and that is coming up into Arizona as well as New Mexico, and of course Texas, and getting into Louisiana, and up the bottom end of Mississippi as well, and of course in the Gulf of Mexico, quite a bit of that SO2 there, and that is what we're seeing. So that is not so bad. Eastern U.S. or around the Great Lakes, of course, and we have higher populace, and that's what's causing that, but nothing really crazy or outrageous. We're seeing pretty normal stuff from Central America too. Nevado del Ruiz still working away there, and the rest of the guys, Sangay here, doing its thing as we go down. And of course that's Sabancaya creating that plume going across here, and looking at the rest of the areas down here, likely Villarrica, and pushing a lot of that SO2 down south. Buenos Aires looks a little heavy there. That's just population stuff. So here, this little arm here, this of course has been caused by that stuff right around Easter Island, and that is a submarine volcano of some sort, or at least some cracking in the ground giving off a lot of SO2 gas. I'm not 100% sure what's going on there. There's been no real reports on it. So that is this area again, and we've seen that throw up all kinds of stuff here, weird shapes coming out of there. But the other area here, and again, as we mentioned when we looked at the earthquake map, this one, of course, where is this? This is New Zealand. Sunday Island is where that guy is. That looks pretty safe. That's a nice looking place. They probably were shaking a little bit with those quakes that they had in the area, but that is right along the Kermadec Ridge and Kermadec Island region. So a little bit of stuff coming out of there and heading east and south due to the circulation right now with that low sitting there. And the other one, of course, that I was looking at here, of course, was Tofua. And I'm kind of going, okay, where is the other stuff coming from? Because we have multiple volcanoes there in the area. And one of the things that could still be happening is that we are seeing some off-gassing from Hunga Tunga Hunga Ha'apai, although I thought that was out here, and that is a little further away. So that is likely not the case. So something happening over here that we are seeing an extra plume. Moving on, not so bad from Yasur. Gawa and Aoba still doing their thing. Not bad from White Isle volcano in New Zealand. It's kind of being pushed across New Zealand as well because of that circulation, rather than pluming out into the ocean like it normally does. And we see here from the coking plants north of Sydney, heading downward, doing their thing. Papua New Guinea looks pretty normal. Nuotolok doing its thing there. This would be from Semeru. This would be coming from Merapi. And then we take a look here. Jakarta, of course, creating quite a bit of SO2. Not sure how much is coming from Krakatau right now, but that is there, and sliding up Currency and Marapi doing their thing, and Sindabang, of course, throwing out that SO2, that circulation kind of going around and being gobbled up over here. I'm not sure exactly how that's circulating. It looks like it's coming in on a clockwise and then turning counterclockwise here. Weird looking systems as far as weather is concerned. And Mayon and Bulusan are still working away out there on the islands, and hopefully that will be okay for those good people. And there is our wonderful Taal volcano, which we know is off-gassing, and Taal has stepped up the pace here as of late, but we also know very heavy population there as well. And going forward and upward, looking here in Japan, Suwanoshijima creating this little area. And then, of course, we are seeing this heavy spot here. That is from Sakurajima, right there. So Kagoshima just across the water from it. And looking up here, this is Aso, and Aso is off-gassing as well. And we are seeing that. It's not quite as heavy as Sakurajima, but it is indeed. And we will continue on, and looking over here at Tokyo, we see heavier levels from Tokyo itself. But out here, let's see if we stay zoomed out. Doesn't really look like there's all that much coming from Asama. That might be just adding to what's over here already in the Tokyo area. And we already covered the Kamchatka Peninsula. I didn't mention Ibiko. That would be that plume there. I'm not sure what this other plume is, whether it's a residual or if we indeed have something else popping up there. Don't know about that. China, pretty normal looking, and Russia and then India, the eastern part, pretty heavy as normal. That storm still coming through there. It may be helping clean up some of that SO2 as that rain comes falling down. And looking down here in our wonderful South Africa, the gold smelting is continuing, lots of SO2 from that. And the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we've got Goma 1 and 2 doing their thing there. The rest of the air looks pretty clean. And again, still not sure here if what's coming from Ertael as the winds are blowing off of the whatchamacallit here, Saudi Arabia and Yemen area into Ethiopia. So kind of hard to say what's going on there. Anyway, the heavy spots here, those are of course the oil refineries, and you can see where they're located, and Kuwait as well as Baghdad, and here in Iraq we've got a bunch. Kuwait has got a bunch, and then of course in Iran as well. Looking at what we see here coming off of Mount Etna, we do see a fairly heavy plume, so Etna is picking it up, and I'm hoping that we're going to see an eruption from Mount Etna. And of course it's, you know, always a guessing game. Is it going to go or not? Stromboli, of course, doing its thing, and then likely a little bit of off-gassing from Volcano as well. And that should be about it for our SO2. Doesn't look too bad in Spain or Portugal or France. A little bit there in Germany. Looks like Belgium is okay. And Netherlands or Holland getting a little bit of SO2 there. Looks pretty good in Denmark, and not bad in Norway, Sweden, or Finland. A little bit there, nothing crazy. And England looks pretty good, a little bit extra around London and Liverpool, but looks like Glasgow maybe as well. The rest looks pretty good. And of course over in Ireland, where our wonderful Irish monk is, and nothing happening there. And then of course Iceland looking pretty darn clean right now. So all in all, our SO2 is not bad. The kind of interesting feature here for today is this plume coming off of the Kermadec Ridge area, Kermadec Islands, and likely a new underwater or maybe an existing underwater submarine volcano. And same thing goes for this funny shape here coming from the Easter Island area, likely some underwater event of some sort as well. And let's leave that be there. Let's go over to our weather map, whether we like it or not. We'll get that started. And let's go take a look in Alaska first, seeing temperatures up to 22, 23 degrees up there in some places. Pretty awesomely warm for them. We are still seeing some colder temps too, but that is what they've got. Still seeing that cold push back down, trying to come back in from the Arctic Ocean area and push back inland, but it's still battling up against the stuff here in the Mackenzie Valley area, where we're still seeing up to 21 degrees in some places. Yukon looks pretty warm, so Northwest Territories doing really good. Bottom end of Nunavut is all right as well, but we do have a big low up there. I don't know how well that's going to affect things. Looking at British Columbia, northern portions are warmer than the southern portions. We see in the mountains here a lot of cooler temps. Looking at 15 right now there in Vancouver, and over in the Rock, Bob's Place, anywhere from about 11 to 15 degrees as well. Not that warm here in Edmonton right now, only 12 degrees, and Calgary even colder. As you can see, there's that low, and it's circulating the other way around. I wish that would spin a little faster, bring more warm air in for us. I'd be happy about that. And it looks like a swift current is at 16 degrees, moving over a little bit more. And we pass most of Saskatchewan. Winnipeg right now 28 degrees, and that's pretty awesome. And we're seeing some good temperatures for Judy M's area, and that is pretty cool, or warm in this case. And looking at northern Ontario, we are seeing that heat push up into the Hudson's Bay area, and that is pretty awesome. And we are starting to see the Lake Superior warming up, Lake Michigan, of course. Once those lakes start to heat up a little bit, it becomes a slightly different story as far as how cold and the temperature areas are there. We do have that high sitting right there, so that is helping. And of course, it looks like a majority of Quebec is pretty warm. Looking at Toronto real quick, we got 24, 23, 24. About 25 there in Detroit, 25, 26 in Chicago, and if we zoom in, looking at Milwaukee, anywhere from about 18 to 21 degrees, and not bad for most of that area there. They've got some beautiful temperatures. Lexington 28, Cincinnati 28, Columbus, Ohio 27, Indianapolis 28. So nice temperatures for those guys. 17 in Montreal, and we'll go to 12 for Quebec City. And we do see it's a little colder there in New Brunswick, not so bad, 8 degrees or so. And zooming in here a little bit, Halifax coming in at about 12 degrees, 11 degrees. Cole Harbour probably about the same. Thank you, Sue, for throwing that in there. And let's see, what else do we have over here? We're seeing in Newfoundland up to about 13 degrees in some spots. Avalon Peninsula slightly colder, from about 10 to about 6 degrees. And looks like where it was really cold and frosty is now up to 17 degrees in some places up in Labrador. Bottom end though, still quite cold with looks like 4 is about the lowest, up to about 6 or 7 degrees and the bottom end here. Moving on and over, let's take a look at the United States. Portland coming in at about 10, oh hang on, let's zoom in just a little more. About 12 degrees. Eugene about 16, and as we get into California, Redding coming in at about 26, 27 degrees. Santa Rosa is sitting at about 26, Sacramento 29, San Jose coming in at 24, San Francisco slightly cooler at 15, and we are seeing some decent temperatures there on the other side of the day as well at about 23 degrees. That's not bad, and we see quite hot weather through the valley there. 34 in Bakersfield. LA coming in at about 22 to 23 degrees, and Death Valley is a cooker today. Death Valley coming in at 43 according to what Sue brought up, and we are seeing temperatures up to 45 degrees right in there. Is there anything higher? Well, let's see. Just scanning across it here. 45 degrees, and that is pretty hot. And yep, I don't think we're going to beat that. There's another 45. So definitely got some heat. Las Vegas coming in at 37 degrees. And wow, Mexicali is 38. They've got some hot temperatures too. Looking around, Phoenix coming in at 39. I hope Arizona Snowman is hiding in his freezer. He's gonna melt. And we got 38 in Tucson. Wow. Albuquerque, New Mexico, 32 degrees. And let's go down here, and holy macaroni, they're up in the 40s, 41 degrees, 42 degrees there in some places in Texas, 39 in San Antonio, Houston 36, Austin coming in at 38, Dallas 32. Looking at Oklahoma City is 29, Little Rock, Arkansas 26, and we see about 34 degrees there in New Orleans. Sliding down here a little, looking at Miami, a little cooler at 28, 29 or 30 there in Orlando. Jacksonville coming in at about 30 as well. Moving up to Atlanta, 28 degrees. And Charlotte, North Carolina, 30. Grandma B's house, 31 degrees Celsius. I hope you got your air conditioning on, Grandma B. And Virginia is about 23 degrees. Washington, 28 right now. Philadelphia hitting at 27. New York, 25. Boston is 17. So Boston a little bit cooler there. But wow, some of those temperatures. Okay, it is a break time, and I think what I'm going to do is take that break now. Just kind of scanning around here to see if there's anything hotter than 45 degrees Celsius down here. We have a tie with Mexico. 45 so far. It is a break time though, you guys. So, yep, Death Valley and Mexico are both, they've got some 45 degree temperatures in places. I'm sure there's some really warm stuff here too in the eastern part of Mexico. Wow, some heat wave for those guys. Anyway, yeah, Mexico City, anywhere from about 28 to 33 degrees, depending on where you are. Pretty awesome. Acapulco, 31, 32 degrees. Cancun coming in about 31. We'll catch the rest as we come back from the break. So for right now, if you have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop. Help us out. Let's see if we can get that over a 100 today. That'd be really, really cool and awesome. Also, for those good people who are sitting in the Lurkers Lounge peeking in, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. where it is raining, and I feel like a duck. Yeah, sure, quack. I'm going to be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. We'll finish off our temperature, and then we'll get over to precipitation and find the coldest place on the planet. Well, we're going to find the hottest place yet too, but so far a tie between Death Valley and Mexico. Anyway, here comes some music, and keep smiling. Play nice in the lava, and don't let that duck bother you. Oh, there he is. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And glad to have you on board. And okay, a duck. Knock it off. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mona Alfano and Sue and Alba Girl and One Fish 26 here as well. And hopefully we've still got some of the other wonderful people here. And quack, 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 quack. I hear you, DrFox2000. All right, that's what we got. Anyway, and let's see. Anyway, I did back it up to that little breakup or fall that we showed there. And that was 1301 or just prior to that. Actually, that was even earlier than that. Let's back that up a little bit more and see. As we were talking about the edges on this thing being very soft, as that material gets in there, we see this chunk slide right down. And we'll see that again. I just want to leave it on there so we can actually see that. And I may have backed up a little too far, but I don't mind showing it again. And that would be awesome to watch it slide away. And you can see that crack right in there. So we know that material is getting weighted, it's getting heavy, it's getting kind of ripped underneath there. And there it goes, and there it's sliding in. And that was at 12:59, and it basically moved over quite a bit into the flow, so it will likely break up here, and that's what we were probably seeing at 1301. Anyway, you can see how large that chunk is. That's not a small little boulder, okay? That thing is probably 30 or 40, maybe even 50 feet in length, so 10-15 meters. That is a large sized chunk, and that is being broken up and consumed by the lava flow. And then, of course, at roughly 1301, we seen the rest of it dissipate. Also, note on the side here, you see some of the lava fall and rocks and stuff coming down there as well. A lot of activity there at Halema-Umu crater, that southwest event, of course, with those big spatter shots of the lava landing there, and you know, it being effusive, cools down a bit, it just kind of sits there, and there it goes. There's the top portion, since that bottom was already loose, and you can see that collapse happening. So pretty awesome, and because of that flow rate, that will be washed out of there fairly quickly, and lots of material coming down. That is pretty cool, pretty awesome. Just thought I'd show that again, and that is not bad. I like it. So we'll give it some time. I'm sure this will wash out eventually, and we'll see this rebuilding. There's some more material falling off the sides there, and we'll see a little bit more fall off, and then we'll see it rebuild again. Same thing as what's happening on this side. It had broken off earlier, so it's going to take some time for it to rebuild or replaster the area, if you want to call it that, and then we'll see it slide in again. So pretty awesome to see that. I tried to cover up the gushing fountain at the base on the right, but the lava won. Yep, it did. It did. And you see how aggressively it's being washed out of there. And that is a reasonable large flow. So, you know, for it to move a boulder that's a meter or 2 or 3 in size and diameter is nothing for it. The flow is intense enough that it's just going to push that material through there. Anyway, you can see that breaking up down on the bottom here. It's just getting pushed in and straightening out the stream, if you will, and that is pretty awesome. Anyway, we'll leave that be. We'll come back to that afterwards, and we'll go finish our wonderful earthquakes, or no, not earthquakes. What were we on? We were on weather, whether we liked it or not. So let's take a look at that. We did Mexico. So we want to go to our next one, and that is a kind of Central America. Mexico, we did see it tied with the 45 degrees Celsius for our hot area as we go through Central America. Not quite as hot in Central America. Still seeing, well, we are seeing up to 33 degrees there in Colombia right now. That's actually pretty darn good, considering most of the area cooled off a little bit. Venezuela's got that same temperature, 32 there on the other side of the border, but looking pretty good for them. And the jungle area anywhere from about 25 to 27 degrees in there, so not so bad. And that, I think, goes for a majority of what we see here in our jungle area. And we do see some 28s and 29s in eastern portions of northeastern portions of Brazil. Amazon River Valley holding anywhere from 24 to about 27 degrees, not bad. Guayaquil 28, Quito only about 20 right now. Well, actually it depends on where you put your mouse, and they are 16, 17 to 20 degrees for that area. Peru, not bad. Looks like reasonable temperatures in the northern part of Bolivia, not bad. Looks cooler there in the southern tip of Brazil. Rio de Janeiro coming in about 18, Sao Paulo about 12. And northern Argentina, not that great. Highest temperature about 16, 17 is what we're seeing. The rest of the area a lot cooler. Buenos Aires coming in about 9 or 10, and Paysandú coming in about 9 degrees right now. not that warm. Wow, Santa Fe over here about 13, 14 degrees. And it looks like Uruguay is fairly cold with, what is that, 4 or 5 degree temperatures. This is their winter though, so that's what's to be expected. We are seeing some sub-zero temperatures there in the southern portions of Argentina, which doesn't surprise me. We've got a high sitting off the coast there that's not doing a heck of a lot. Lots of different circulations, and of course that's going to change whatever we see for patterns around the southern Pacific here. So interesting, the trade winds. Well, we were talking about La Nina and El Nino earlier, and right now doesn't really have any rhyme or reason to which way things are moving. This high, of course, circulating up some colder air and not drawing down that much warm air. We do have another system sitting here low, pardon me, and that is bringing some probably a little bit of bad weather for the northern island there in New Zealand. 12 degrees in Christchurch, and we look at some of the other temperatures anywhere from about 2 to about 10 or 12 degrees. Yeah, 13 on the bottom here in some spots. Not that bad, so that is okay. For a winter, I guess that I could live with. 14 in Wellington, Hastings coming in at about 13. Looks like Taupo is slightly colder there, 10 degrees for them. And the Bay of Plenty, we're seeing 14, 15 degrees at the most. And going up and having a look at Auckland, about 14 degrees right now. And on the peninsula, yeah, 13, 12, a couple spots with 15. But no huge temperature variances, so we'll leave that be. Oh boy, look at that. Tasmania, very cold looking. We got about, well, looks like about 6 or 7 there in Hobart, and some negative temperatures in the central portions here, with down to about -3. Coastal areas slightly warmer, but still in the higher end of the single digits. Melbourne only coming in at about 9 degrees C, a little cold for them. We're seeing 11 or 12 in Adelaide, and Canberra coming in at 4 degrees. We are seeing some places again that are below freezing, and -1, -2. Hopefully they aren't going to be seeing too much snow there. Sydney coming in at about 8 or 9 degrees, sliding up to Brisbane, looking at that, 15 degrees, that's not bad, I can live with that. And Perth on the other side, sitting up anywhere from about 6 to 8 degrees, depending on where you're standing. Up to about 25 degrees there is the top end for temperatures right now. And of course we are seeing there's a big high up here, so that's probably keeping those guys a little bit warmer in the American Samoas and the Tofua or Tonga region, but it looks like there is a circulation there, so likely a little bit of a storm happening. Fiji, not that warm. That must be their winter time, 23 to 24 degrees. A little bit warmer there in Vanuatu, but not by much. And Papua New Guinea Islands looking all not that warm. It is nighttime over there, or just a very early dawn, so not surprised to see the lower temperatures. And we are seeing Java in the mostly in the low 20s, as well as what we see here on Sumatra. A little bit warmer in Sumatra this morning, and 26 in Singapore. Bangkok coming in about 26, 27 degrees for that area. Going over to Manila, about 28 there right now. I guess that is not too bad. And Hong Kong somewhere around 27 degrees. Sliding up, taking a quick look at Kagoshima, 22 degrees just across from the volcano. Tokyo coming in at about 24, and Sapporo coming in at about 15 up north. We do see that low here, likely bringing bad weather for all of those wonderful islands. And then looking at what we see in the northern hemisphere, up to 19 degrees on the Kamchatka Peninsula on the western side, eastern side, single digits though, so that's okay. And moving over, having a look and seeing Jakarta is at 27 degrees, Delhi at 28, pretty warm there, Mumbai about 28 as well. Looks like our storm by Biparjoy is basically just a low right now, but still moving across India, and that is what we've got there. Madagascar still looking fairly cool, 23 about the highest temp there. South Africa not looking so warm either, 13 in Cape Town. South Central regions a little bit warmer, but not by much. And of course, we move up a little bit. We see those temperatures are not bad. We do see some 37s over here. I'm looking at the highest temps in the Sahara, maybe 38 degrees so far. What do we got here? 38s, yep. Don't see any 39s yet. And I think Mexico and Death Valley are going to be the winners. So yeah, some 39 degree temps here in the western part of the Sahara Desert. The rest looks, oh, I've seen a 40 in here. Yeah, but still that doesn't beat a 45, and that is where we're at. So still a little cold in the Atlas Mountains, but we are seeing that warmth finally push up and into the coastal areas of Algeria, and looks like it's probably going to warm up a little bit more there in Morocco. We are seeing temperatures like 23, 24 on the Canary Islands. That's not bad. Tunisia looking pretty good right now as well. Cairo popping in at 22, and we are seeing up to 36 degrees in southern portions of Saudi Arabia. 31 there in Riyadh, and Dubai coming in at about 30 degrees. Gives you a pretty good idea of what it's like there. Up to 35 there in Iraq in some spots. We do see Basra at 33, and Baghdad coming in at about 30. What? 30? No, doesn't want to hit 30. 29. Okay. I thought I seen a 30 in there. Going up to Turkey, we see some cool stuff still in the eastern parts. Malatya about 19 degrees, Adana coming in at 22, and Piggy's Place will be somewhere around 21 degrees, and that's exactly what the map brought up. And Athens, Greece coming in about 20, going over to Sicily. Having a quick look, we see Catania sitting at 21, and over by Mount Etna we've got about 13 at Redanzo. And moving up a little bit more, looking at Naples, is 21 degrees. Rome about 20 degrees right now, and Milano sitting at 22. Moving over and taking a look at Portugal, Lisbon coming in about 20, and we see Madrid at 23, 24. Aurelio's house about 19. That's not bad for right now. And let's see, Tanto's place about 16 degrees there in France for Nantes, and then of course 18 and 19 there in Paris. Not bad. Looks like Germany warmed up a whole bunch. We are seeing a 20 in Munich, and we are seeing a 20 in Frankfurt. Cologne coming in at 23. Yvonne Kunkel's house about 23 as well. And looking at Brussels, Belgium, about 20 degrees. Luxembourg is somewhere around 18 to 20 as well. And looking at Holland, we are seeing from 20 to about 23 degrees. 21 in Amsterdam, and Berlin is at 19, Hamburg 19, Lübeck is 17 as we go up, Copenhagen 16 degrees, Aarhus about 15, looking up at Oslo 16 there, 16 in Stockholm, looking at St. Petersburg 13, and Moscow coming in at 14. Moving on and seeing what is happening in England, it looks not that bad there. London coming in at about 17 right now. Looks like Wales slightly cooler by a degree or two. And Leeds coming in at 15. Glasgow and Scotland 15. Aberdeen 14. The coastal areas though seeing some temperatures up to 18 degrees. Which is pretty nice. And Dublin 16, and over on the other side in Doolin it says 15 there, and Sue brought up the map or the thing that says 14. So close, very close. Not going to worry about a degree difference. And looking at Iceland, it looks like they still have some warmer temps out here in the eastern portions. And a little bit of a warmth down here in the bottom area, which is nice, but not as warm as it could be. 7 or 8 degrees there in Reykjavik, and that is what we're seeing for those guys. And that is about it. So let's do our thing. We will look at precipitation when we get back from the break. And there you can see that nasty system that has been bugging us for the last 2 days. And we see it continuing, and it's a low, and that'll move to the east, hopefully. And hopefully we will stop getting rain, because I am really starting to feel like a, exactly. Yeah, a duck. It's a ducky weather. Anyway, for those good people who are still here, please hang around, and we will have a little bit more coming your way. I'm going to show the Helma crater live, of course, and we'll leave that on the screen while we go have our break. And there it is right now. They're showing the West Lava Pond, and of course you can see all that stuff that spilled into it and left new lava in there. And back over to the southwest vent. Pretty awesome. All right, don't go away. Keep smiling. Hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. We're at 95 on my screen. We need 5 more to make it up to that 100 mark. That'd be really, really awesome. And that hasn't happened for a while, so I'm hoping that we'll see a little extra. And here comes some music. Keep smiling, everyone, and play nice in the lava. Don't go wandering out there. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in very wet Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. you've got that microphone back on. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Alba Girl and Mona Alfano with the ducks in there as well. Oh, there it is. And thank you. That is awesome. Welcome back, Uncle Dr. Doc. Oh boy, that is awesome. Anyway, it's still pouring here. I'm just looking out at the roof on the other cameras, on the other stream. And yeah, it is. It's just non-stop, pretty steady, fairly, I wouldn't call it super heavy rain, but it's raining. So everything is getting wet in the area. Anyway, watching our wonderful event there. They'll zoom in on it in a minute. One of the things I did notice in both shots, before they used to be able to see the entirety of that plume at the top, and now that's off screen. So it is definitely shooting out a little bit higher. And there's Sharon Stewart saying, "I hear you, DrFox2000. There we go. I had to get that in there. Anyway, a lot of interesting stuff seeing that at the top, right? I ran from the other end of the house. Well, I hope you didn't stub any toes or anything like that, or happen to fall over top of any of the ducks in the way. Anyway, all good. Okay, let's get back over to our weather map. Whether we care for it or not, we'll take a look at the rest of that precipitation. So I did want to mention we've got ice rain up in the northern portions of Alaska. And looks like southern Alaska not as bad today, but we do see a lot of rain up in the Yukon and into the Northwest Territories. They'll likely need that. And we are seeing a bunch of rain in British Columbia, both out on Vancouver Island and on the mainland. Some snow in the foothills and in the mountains. And then, of course, you see that mess here in Alberta that I'm dealing with, and that is that low here, and I'm hoping that low is going to move to the east and we'll get a better weather, and I think it's probably going to be like this all night long. We'll see what happens. Moving over a little bit more, we don't see too much till we get into northern Ontario. And we see that plume going all the way up through Hudson's Bay and all the way over to Baffin Island, giving us some rain there. Ontario looks pretty much dry. There's some isolated showers, not going to worry about those. And of course here in Quebec, those showers that we were hoping were going to put out some of the fires are non-existent. Looks like a fair amount of rain in New Brunswick, as well as out there in Nova Scotia. It's not raining for you right now. Hey, what happened? No map. I clicked it, darn it. There we go. Thank you. Still seeing lava. Alright, let's do that again. So we see what's going on up north in British Columbia and Alberta, of course. You can see that actually going all the way down into Montana. Into Wyoming even, down there. So, okay, you see the map now, good. And the plume that goes all the way up here, northern Ontario, then ice rain over the Hudson's Bay, going all the way to Baffin Island up there. And looking at the eastern side of the country, there you go, there's New Brunswick. And of course we do see some rain in various parts of Nova Scotia, even PEI and Newfoundland. St. Lawrence Seaway be pretty rainy for any ships coming in. Let's have a look here. We see some activity around Seattle going all the way down to east of Eugene, so not bad there for the western portions. Spokane looks clear. North of that, though, they're getting some thunderstorms, and that's going right into BC. And here's what I was talking about, going all the way down into Wyoming. So Yellowstone and getting some stormy stuff there as well. Looks like Denver looks a little better today. And going over Little Rock, Arkansas area, got some rain, and going northward, we do see some rain all the way up to Minneapolis area, and that, oh boy, yeah, these are smaller storms though, so hopefully nothing too severe, even into Tennessee, and let's see, yeah, looks like getting a few of those places, and then again down here in Atlanta, and South Carolina's got some small stuff. And of course, Florida, we got this thing sitting off the coast here. Not sure where that's going to go, but we'll see what happens with it. Lots of activity there, and more out in the Pacific, or sorry, the Atlantic, I should say. And of course, we see some rain in Mexico, and I'm surprised I'm not raining right there in Mexico City, but that's not that bad, not till you get past Guatemala. Looks like El Salvador and Honduras and Nicaragua and Costa Rica really getting it there. And looks like it's getting better for Colombia and Ecuador and Peru, not so rainy. We see a fair amount of rain still in Venezuela, and then the French Guiana, etc., those countries there, as well as northern portions of Brazil. The rest looks pretty darn good. We are seeing no rain at Paysandu, and no rain in most of Argentina, but very cold temps. Moving over and looking at New Zealand, we see there's that circulation here that I thought was going to affect it. This big high, of course, still getting that circulation pushing down. Of course, a mix of warm and cold air going to create that moisture level in there, and that's what we're seeing. So a little bit of a rain in New Zealand yet, and of course we're seeing this system is going to move across. Then we'll see this one come through, and that'll be a day or two away yet. Here's what's happening with Tasmania. They're getting nailed, and looks like Victoria down on the bottom end here. Ooh, snow in some places. 10, 12 centimeters, 13 centimeters of snow in Australia. Wow. Better get your snow boots on. And wow, that is interesting. Adelaide is getting a little bit of rain. Sydney looks pretty good. Nothing over in Perth, but we do see this storm here south of Java and west of Australia, getting into Australia a little bit. And looks like not bad weather there. Some rain for the Samoas, but not that bad for Fiji, Vanuatu, New Caledonia. Maybe a little bit of rain there. Papua New Guinea, looks like the islands are the ones that are getting most of the rain. And looks like Java itself not too bad, and eastern portions of Indonesia, a little bit of rain here and there. Sumatra, on the other hand, getting a little bit more, and the western portions of Java Island raining there. In Singapore, that's a place where they get a lot of rain. And looking at what we've got in the Philippines, yep, if it ain't raining, it's not the Philippines. And looking at that low, that's got stuff coming all the way from just off the coast of Shanghai all the way out here into the Pacific. Looks like not too bad for most of Japan right now, which is really good. Looks like the Kuril Islands are getting hit with this low here, and the bottom end of the Kamchatka Peninsula as well. Looking at some of these other countries here, well, here's that storm in India, and that is definitely giving them some rain. We do see some rain down in the southern areas along the coastal areas and the eastern part, Jakarta getting nailed, as well as Myanmar and those countries getting a bunch of that rain as well. South Africa, not bad. A little bit in Madagascar, nothing to worry about. And the stormy stuff in the jungles of Africa to be expected. Sahara looks pretty dry. And looking at what we've got here, eastern Turkey is okay. Western Turkey is got some storm stuff happening, and likely some rain for Piggy's place, which is probably not a bad thing, and kind of odd though, because Piggy said, you know, typically June is always dry for them, and for them to see rain a few times already this month is pretty incredible. Looking at Spain, we do see some rain in Spain, and just off the coast here, that may work its way in a little bit more and kind of get into Portugal. Some rain in France, of southern portion and eastern sides, not so bad there. Germany looks pretty good, and those other European countries to the east look not bad as well. Looks like a little bit of a rain there in Belgium, getting into, of course, into Holland as well. But looks like England and Scotland and Wales have got some rain coming down for that area, including Ireland, some rain showers. Not bad in Denmark, but we get up here and take a look at the regions around Stockholm and Oslo, and going all the way over to Riga. They are kind of a system in there doing that. Looks like the northern portions, though, a little bit drier, which is really nice. And here's Iceland, and yep, not so good weather there. They've got that ridge, of course, that will likely move eastward across the entirety of the island, and we'll see what happens by tomorrow night. And going up further north, though, you start to see ice rain. Svalbard, not bad. Jan Mayen, also not that bad. But up here, not so good for these guys. Polar bears are getting ice rain. They won't like it. They prefer to have a Coke on their, never mind. They like Coca-Cola floating along on the icebergs. Looking for our coldest temperature on the planet. We know 45 degrees is the hottest, and that is in Mexico, as well as our wonderful Death Valley. So I'm looking here, and boy, it's warmed up down there. It was something changed. The global weather patterns are not the same. Looking at what we see here, there's a 55s. Let's zoom in here. We've got a 55, 56. Let's see, there's a 58, 59. I see a 60. And do we see anything warmer than 60? Wow, these are elusive temperatures. So minus 60 so far is what I see on the map. Not seeing anything really that much colder. Minus 53, 55, 56. What about up here? 52s? No, not doing it. There's a 55 again. 56. There's a 59. What about over here? No, so far minus 60 is the only one that I have spotted as the coldest temp. There's a 59. Let's see, is there anything colder? Minus 61, 62. There we see a minus 64, I seen in here. Where'd you go? There it is. Minus 64 degrees Celsius. And we're not seeing too much else. Oh, there's a minus 66 right there. And that is on the screen, a minus 66. And there we go. Wow. So, okay, minus 66 on the screen. Definitely not the coldest we've seen it, but that is still reasonably cold, minus 66. And let's go from there. I'm going to call it at a minus 66. I don't think I'm going to find anything colder. And looking back at the other screen, we do have, oh, Sue found minus 64. Okay, well, I guess I win today. Yay! Finally! And Sue gets a second-degree beating. Oh, that is awesome. What? Sharon Stroh. Okay, I got it. So, yeah, awesome. And thank you, Sue, for locating that. I'm surprised that I found that. I thought I might have to resort to what's going on. Yeah, thank you, Sharon Stewart. And that is, I win for today. It's been a while since I won anything. Anyway, we'll leave that alone. Let's put you back on our wonderful Helima Umu crater, the side vent, and that is awesome. So I couldn't find minus 66. Yeah, well, that's well, you've seen it on the map, so I'm not sure about how you missed it, but. Sue comes in second place by 2 degrees. Yep. Anyway, thanks, Sue. I do appreciate you hunting and locating those. I would have gone with minus 64 as well, but I just figured I'd check that other area out. Scanning sometimes helps. And thank you for going and feeding those animals in cold places. And yep, a good hunting on both of you. Thanks, Sharon. Okay, so let's do our thing and wrap this up for today. And we, of course, will say first off, thank you for our gift givers today. We had Sharon Stewart put in a 10-pack, and Piggy did a single one there. Kevin Haynes did a single. Irish Monk did a single, or I think it was a single. No, he did a 10-pack, didn't he? I thought he did a 10-pack. Yeah, he did. We better mark that down. I forgot to put the 0 behind it. Okay. And also a big thank you to our super chatters, which were Piggy and, of course, Irish Monk and BMAT. And I really do appreciate that wonderful support, you guys. That is always helpful. And I see we are at 96 likes. If anyone hasn't hit that like button yet, give it a bop before you go out the door. Also, a big thank you to Sue for getting those volcano reports in. Thank you, Sue. That is always nice that you do that. And I really do appreciate those. Ooh, look, lava in the lava pond. Hey, what's going on there? I didn't even notice that earlier. We've got lava flipping, and that is pretty awesome. So an influx of lava in the West Lava Pond all of a sudden. Big news, I guess. So nice to see that. All right, let's see. I also want to say a big thank you to our wonderful moderators. That is Arizona Snowman and Piggy and CND Boy and Gary 24/7 Live AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators, for being here, and I really do appreciate that. And it was nice to see that lava influx into the western lava pond. Not sure how that got in there, but it did it all of a sudden, so pretty cool. And on those notes, I will leave it on for maybe another half hour or so we can keep an eye on things. while I get my dinner ready and all that, and we'll go from there. So be good, be kind, and take care of yourselves, everyone. And thank you all. Please remember, tomorrow is Monday. VolcanoX is back to its regular weekday times. And we'll get that put in, and that should bring up the times. There you go for the stream. And of course, the weekday ones, that 5 p.m. Start time, of course, is only if everything is 100% and I get home at 4:30. If I get home a little bit later, of course, we have to kind of tweak the time a little bit, and the stream will start just a bit later. But that is the target time. So be aware of that when I'm working. It's hard to accomplish that every day, depending on where I am, of course. On those friendly notes, though, it is time for me to pack it up and get some dinner and do that kind of stuff. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Appreciate all of you, the entire Lava family, and hopefully we'll have more people joining our wonderful Lava family. On those notes, there's only really one thing left for me to add, and that is my finishing line. Please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow night. Take care, good night, and oink oink!
Quack. Quack.